Hello and welcome back to Historian at Midnight. In the summer of the year 522 before the Common Era, a young Athenian aristocrat named Pisistratos, grandson and namesake of the city's own recently deceased tyrant, held at that moment the office of Archon, the senior civic magistrate of Athens, and used a portion of his own year in that office to order the construction of a single stone altar in the middle of the city's own marketplace, the Agora, a modest structure by the standards of the temples already rising on the rock of the Acropolis above it, low, square, ringed by a stone enclosure, and dedicated not to any one god in particular but to 12 of them at once, a joint altar to what the Athenians themselves called simply the 12 gods, the whole assembled family of Olympus housed, for the first time in the city's own civic memory, under a single shared roof of stone rather than scattered across a dozen separate shrines, competing for a worshipper's own individual attention. The altar Pisistratos raised that year would go on to serve, for centuries afterward, as the literal 0 point of the entire Athenian road system, the stone marker from which every distance in Attica was measured outward in every direction, so that a farmer walking to market or a soldier marching to the frontier could, in principle, always say exactly how many stadia he stood from the gods, all 12 of them together, at once. It is a small and easily overlooked fact of ancient civic planning, this business of measuring an entire landscape outward from a single shared altar, and yet it captures, better than almost any myth that survives from the same period, exactly the argument this whole long night is going to make, because the 12 gods honoured at that altar were never, in the actual lived religion of the people who worshipped them, 12 separate and independent powers, each running a private department of the universe in isolation from the others. They were a family, bound by blood, by marriage, by decades, and in some telling centuries of shared history under the same roof on the same mountain. A family that quarrelled over dinner tables the way any family quarrels, that played favourites among its own children, the way any family plays favourites, that carried old grudges forward from one generation into the next, the way any family carries its grudges forward, and that happened on top of all of that entirely recognisable domestic texture, to hold in its own collective hands the weather, the sea, the harvest, the sunrise, the plague, and the outcome of every war ever fought beneath it. This whole long night belongs to that family, all 12 of its most famous members, gathered here together in a single telling for what may be the first time this channel has ever attempted to hold them all in the same room at once, because every one of them, Zeus and Hera, Poseidon and Demeter, Athena and Apollo, Artemis and Ares, Aphrodite and Hephaestus, Hermes and Dionysus, has already appeared in one story or another scattered across the Greek myths. This channel has already spent long nights walking through, but never, until tonight, assembled side by side in order as the single functioning household they actually were in the religious imagination of the people who first told these stories around their own hearths. It is not a story this channel is going to tell you as a tidy org chart of divine responsibilities. A sea god here, a war god there, each confined neatly to his or her own jurisdiction, like clerks in some celestial civil service, because the actual myths, read carefully and read in full, refuse that kind of order almost on principle, giving you a king who fears his own children more than he fears any enemy, a queen who spends the better part of every surviving story punishing the women her own husband pursued rather than the husband doing the pursuing, a goddess of wisdom born without a mother at all, and a god of wine who arrives late to his own family's table and has to fight, across a story spanning centuries of retelling, for a seat that the other 11 were never entirely certain they wanted to give him. It is instead a story about power distributed unevenly among siblings the way power is so often distributed unevenly among siblings, about a household that ran on favouritism and old resentment as much as it ran on thunder and tide, and about 12 individual biographies that only fully make sense, that only fully explain each other when they are read together in the same room, as the family they were always meant to be. Before this story climbs the mountain, is about to spend the whole night circling. Take a quiet moment to like this video and subscribe if these long, unhurried histories are the kind of company you like to keep at this hour. And if you feel like giving this small channel a hand on its own way from where it currently sits toward 10,000 subscribers, that costs you nothing at all and means a genuine deal on this end, coming as it does from a channel that is still, in real and honest terms, a fairly small gathering around a fairly quiet fire. If you are watching tonight on YouTube, there is a link waiting for you down in the description that carries you to this same episode over on Spotify for Creators, where new stories from this channel go up early before they ever reach here. And if you are listening on Spotify right this moment instead, go find Historian at midnight over on YouTube and subscribe there as well, so that the two halves of this same small audience can eventually meet each other somewhere in the middle. And if you feel like leaving some small trace of yourself behind before the night carries you off, drop your location and your own local time down in the comments. Just a line, nothing more. Because there really is something quietly good about knowing that somewhere else on this turning planet, in some other hour under some other sky, another tired stranger has settled in tonight for the very same slow, unhurried company you have. Let the rest of tonight go then, whatever is left of it clinging to you. Whatever the day handed you, the argument you're still replaying, the list still waiting on you for tomorrow, the small unfinished worry sitting somewhere behind your ribs. You do not have to carry any of it up this particular mountain with you. Leave it folded at the bottom of the stairs and let it wait there until the sun finds it again. Because for the next while nothing is required of you except your own breathing and your own willingness to be led, slowly, into a household that has been standing, in one form or another, in the human imagination for nearly 3,000 years. Let your shoulders find the mattress and stop holding themselves up. Let this voice do the climbing for you, past the black rock and the cold spring air of a mountain in northern Greece, that the people who first told these stories believed rose clean through the clouds into a country of its own, a country with its own weather, its own gates of cloud that opened and closed to let visitors through, its own long banqueting hall where 12 chairs, unevenly sized and unevenly honoured, waited around a single table for the family that would eventually come to fill them, a throne seized before it was ever offered. To understand this family at all, it helps to understand first exactly how young its own rule over the universe actually was by the time any of the stories this night is going to tell you had properly begun. Because the gods gathered at that Athenian altar did not inherit the cosmos the way a modern monarch inherits a throne, through some peaceful and orderly line of succession stretching back to a founding ancestor everyone agreed to honour. They took it by force from the family that had held it before them, a family of primordial giants called the Titans, themselves the children of Uranos, the sky, and Gaia, the earth itself, a first generation of gods whose own reign had been founded on an act of violence so severe that it set the pattern every generation after it would spend the whole of this story struggling and largely failing to escape. Uranos, fearful of the children his own union with Gaia kept producing, had shut each of them away inside their own mother's body as soon as they were born, refusing to let them see the light, until Gaia, in an agony this account will not soften for you, persuaded her own son Cronus to take up a sickle forged from her own flint and wait in ambush for his own father, castrating him in the act that finally freed his siblings and installed Cronus himself as the new ruler of the cosmos. It is worth naming plainly that this same violent transfer of power did not end the pattern it began, because Cronus, warned by an oracle that one of his own children was fated to overthrow him exactly as he had overthrown his own father, responded by swallowing each of his children whole the moment they were born, one after another, Hestia and Demeter and Hera and Hades and Poseidon disappearing down their own father's throat, while their mother Rhea watched, until, pregnant with a 6th child, Rhea fled to the island of Crete, gave birth in secret, and handed her own husband a stone wrapped in swaddling cloth in place of the infant he expected to swallow, a substitution Cronus accepted without ever noticing the difference, and the child he failed to devour, hidden away in a mountain cave and raised, in the most common version of this story, on the milk of a divine goat named Malthea, and the honey brought by mountain bees, was named Zeus. The whole family this night is going to introduce you to, in other words, was born into a household with 2 prior generations of attempted filicide already sitting behind it. A genuinely dark inheritance that the Greeks who told these stories never fully hid from, and that shapes, in ways worth carrying forward into every single section still ahead tonight, the specific anxieties every one of these 12 gods would go on to carry about their own children, their own thrones, and their own capacity to trust the family sitting closest to them. Zeus, grown to adulthood on that same hidden mountain, returned to his father's court in secret, and with the help of an ally named Metis, tricked Cronus into drinking a potion that forced him to disgorge every child he had swallowed, Hestia and Demeter and Hera and Hades and Poseidon emerging, in most tellings, in reverse order from the way they had gone down, alive and fully grown despite the years spent inside their own father's body. 5 siblings suddenly restored to a brother most of them had never actually met. What followed was a full-scale war. The Titanomachy, 10 years of cosmic conflict fought across the whole of the young universe. Zeus and his own restored siblings fighting alongside a handful of titans, willing to switch sides against the ruling generation, most decisively the prophetic Prometheus, against Cronus and the great bulk of his own titan generation. A war this channel has already walked through in considerably fuller detail on another night, and will not re-narrate blow by blow here, except to name the outcome that matters most for tonight's own purposes. Zeus and his siblings won, freed a set of monstrous allies called the Cyclopes and the 100-handed ones, who had themselves been imprisoned by their own father generations earlier, received from the grateful Cyclopes the signature weapons that would define each victor's own reign, Zeus's thunderbolt, Poseidon's trident, Hades' helm of invisibility, and cast the defeated titans down into Tartarus, a pit sunk so far beneath the earth that a bronze anvil dropped from the surface would fall for 9 full days before ever striking its own floor. It is worth pausing, briefly, on the specific and genuinely consequential decision the 3 brothers made once the war itself was finally won, because Zeus, Poseidon and Hades did not simply seize the whole of the newly conquered cosmos as a single undivided prize, but instead, according to the version of the story most widely told across the ancient sources, drew lots to divide it among themselves, a moment of genuine fraternal negotiation sitting curiously alongside the violence that had brought them to that same negotiating table. Zeus drew the sky, and, with it, the overarching kingship of the whole family, an authority the other 2 brothers accepted, however grudgingly in Poseidon's own case, as legitimate. Poseidon drew the sea, every river and spring and harbour answering in some fashion to his own trident, and Hades drew the underworld, the realm of the dead, a domain so thoroughly associated with mortality that Hades himself would rarely if ever be counted among the Olympians proper, a technicality this account will return to before the night is through, because a family gathered at a single altar in Athens still needed, in the end, exactly 12 seats, and Hades' own absence from that number opens one of the more interesting seating disputes this whole story has to offer. The Earth itself, Gaia had insisted from the very beginning, belonged to everyone, no single child entitled to claim it outright, a shared commons sitting beneath 3 separately ruled kingdoms of sky, sea, and death, and it was onto this same freshly divided cosmos, ski answering to one brother, sea to another, and the whole undifferentiated mass of ordinary human life caught somewhere in the middle of all 3, that the family this whole night is about to introduce you to would spend the following centuries of mythological storytelling, building marriages, rivalries, wars, and children of their own. It is worth naming, too, exactly where this family made its own literal home once the fighting was finally over, because Mount Olympus, the actual physical mountain straddling the modern border between the Greek regions of Thessaly and Macedonia, the tallest peak in the whole of Greece at just under 3,000 metres, functioned in the ancient imagination as something considerably stranger than a simple geographic address. The mountain's own lower slopes were ordinary enough, forested, walkable, home to shepherds and their own flocks like any other mountain in the region, but its own upper reaches, wrapped for most of the year in genuine cloud cover that early observers could see from a very considerable distance, were understood to open, somewhere above the tree line, into a separate and self-contained divine country, a plain of eternal spring where no wind ever blew too hard and no rain ever fell too cold, ringed by gates of cloud that the Horae, the goddesses of the seasons, opened and closed to admit or refuse whichever visitor approached, and centred on a great hall of bronze and gold where the 12 principal gods held their own councils, feasted on ambrosia and nectar that kept them eternally young, and listened to Apollo's own lyre while the muses sang. It is worth naming plainly that this same heavenly household was staffed, run, and in many respects quietly kept in order by figures who never sat among the 12 honoured seats themselves, Hebe pouring the nectar before Zeus's own son Ganymede eventually took over the role, Iris carrying messages on a rainbow's own arc before Hermes assumed most of that same duty, and Hephaestus's own mechanical serving women, golden automatons he built with his own hands and gave, remarkably, the power of speech and independent thought, moving through the hall to attend to whatever the seated family required, a detail worth sitting with for a moment, because a household run this smoothly by such elaborate invisible labour tells you almost as much about how the Greeks imagined divine power as any thunderbolt or trident ever could. 12 chairs, and the argument over who fills them. It is worth naming, honestly, right at the start of the individual introductions this night is about to walk you through, that the ancient sources themselves never fully agreed on exactly which 12 gods belonged in those 12 honoured seats. A genuine and long-running point of dispute worth naming plainly, rather than smoothing over for the sake of a tidier story. The list this account is going to follow tonight: Zeus, Hera, Poseidon, Demeter, Athena, Apollo, Artemis, Ares, Aphrodite, Hephaestus, Hermes, and Dionysus, reflects the version that became dominant across the later classical period and that decorated, among other places, the east frieze of the Parthenon itself. But it was not the only version in circulation, and the two figures most commonly displaced from it, Hestia, goddess of the hearth, and Hades, god of the underworld, deserve a fair hearing before this account moves past them, because both of them were, by any reasonable measure, every bit as ancient and every bit as central to Greek religious life as the 10 gods who kept their seats without dispute. Hestia, eldest of the 6 children Cronus swallowed, and by the accident of the same swallowing and disgorging, both the first child born to Rhea and, once regurgitated last in the reversed order the story describes, functionally the last to rejoin her own siblings, held a claim to primacy that no other Olympian could genuinely rival, because every hearth in every home across the Greek world, and every civic hearth, burning at the heart of every city's own public building, the Prytaneon, was understood as her own living altar, a goddess so thoroughly woven into the ordinary physical fact of home and community that formal prayers across the Greek world traditionally opened and closed by invoking her name before any other gods, first in sacrifice and last in sacrifice both, a formula meaning literally that Hestia herself came first. And yet Hestia appears in almost none of the dramatic myths this whole night is otherwise going to walk you through. No great romances, no children, no wars, because she had, according to the story most widely told about her, sworn a permanent vow of virginity to Zeus himself after both Poseidon and Apollo had sought her hand in marriage. asking in exchange only that she be allowed to sit forever at the centre of every home's own hearth. A request Zeus granted, and a goddess this quiet, this steadily present, this entirely without the appetite for drama that drives nearly every other figure in this family, proved, across the centuries, considerably harder for storytellers to build an exciting narrative around than a wine god who arrived to the mountain late, loud, and demanding a seat of his own. Different sources at different periods describe Hestia as either yielding her own seat willingly to make room for Dionysus once he successfully argued his own claim to Olympian status, or simply receding from the count of 12 as later poets and sculptors settled on a roster that better suited the stories they most wanted to tell. And this account is not going to pretend that one single explanation settles the matter, because the ancient sources themselves never settled it either. Hades presents a rather different and, in its own way, a more poignant case, because his own absence from the 12 was never really a matter of dispute or displacement at all, but rather a structural consequence of the very division of the cosmos this account has already described. A king who ruled, by his own brother's explicit agreement, a kingdom set apart from the sky above and the sea besides it, a kingdom of the dead that only the dead themselves, and a small handful of living heroes on very specific and very perilous errands, ever actually visited. Hades held no residence on Olympus because his own realm demanded his own constant presence far beneath it, and a mountain hall built for feasting, music, and the eternal daylight. The horror's own gates admitted made no practical sense for a god whose own domain was defined, in every particular, by darkness, silence, and the permanent absence of the living, so that Hades' own exclusion from the 12 reads less like a family snub and more like the simple geography of a job that could not, by its own nature, ever be performed from a banquet hall 3,000 metres above the visible world. It is worth naming, plainly, before this night moves any further up the mountain, exactly how this whole family's own genealogy actually worked, because it is a genealogy that a modern listener, encountering it for the first time without any prior exposure to these stories, might reasonably find difficult to hold in mind without wincing at least once. Zeus, Hera, Poseidon, Demeter, and Hades were, all 5 of them, brothers and sisters, children of the same 2 Titan parents, and Zeus's own marriage to Hera, the 6th and final child of that same generation, made the king and queen of Olympus, in the plainest possible terms, siblings married to each other, a fact the ancient Greeks themselves neither hid nor treated with any particular scandal, understanding divine marriage as operating under a separate and considerably more permissive set of rules than the marriages of ordinary mortals, rules that reflected in their own way the simple practical reality that a first generation of gods with no other gods yet in existence had, of genuine biological necessity, nowhere else to look for a spouse. It is worth naming, too, that this same tangled family tree would only grow more tangled as the generation after Zeus and Hera arrived, because Athena, Apollo, Artemis, Ares, Hephaestus, Hermes, and Dionysus, the 7 remaining seats at that 12-chair table, were, in nearly every case, Zeus's own children by a rotating and often unwilling series of partners, some of them Hera herself, some of them other goddesses, and a great many of them mortal women whose own encounters with the king of Olympus form some of the darkest and most genuinely troubling material this whole night is going to have to sit with, honestly, rather than soften for the sake of a more comfortable telling, the king who feared his own children more than his enemies. It is worth beginning this family's own individual introductions with the god who sat at its head, because nearly every other story this night is about to tell you eventually bends back one way or another towards Zeus, king of the gods, ruler of the sky, and the single figure whose own appetites, whose own anxieties, and whose own decisions shape the fate of nearly every other god and mortal in this entire mythology. Zeus's own rise to power, the swallowing and the war against Cronus this account has already described, left him sitting atop a throne his own father had nearly destroyed him to prevent him from ever reaching, and it is worth naming plainly that Zeus carried forward into his own long reign a very specific and very well-founded anxiety inherited directly from that same violent family history. The knowledge, confirmed to him by the same kind of prophecy that had haunted his own father before him, that he too might someday be overthrown by a child of his own, a fear that would shape, in ways this account is going to trace carefully across several of the sections still ahead tonight, some of the strangest and most consequential decisions of his entire divine career. Zeus's own domain, the sky itself, made him the source of thunder, lightning, rain, and the whole weather of the visible heavens, a portfolio that gave him, in the practical religious life of ordinary Greek farmers and sailors, an authority considerably more immediate and considerably more constantly invoked than his own formal title of king might suggest on its own, because a farmer praying for rain on a dry field or a sailor praying against a storm at sea was, in either case, praying directly to Zeus, the god whose own moods were written, quite literally, across the visible sky above every single one of his own worshippers. Beyond weather, Zeus held a specific and genuinely important set of civic and moral responsibilities that later Greek religion would come to treat as central to his own character: guardian of hospitality under the title Zeus Xenios, protector of the guest-host relationship that ancient Mediterranean travel depended on for its own basic survival, guardian of oaths under the title Zeus Horkios, invoked whenever two parties needed a power higher than either of them to guarantee a promise actually held, and guardian of kings and their own authority under the title Zeus Basileus, a god whose own kingship over Olympus was understood to underwrite the legitimacy of every mortal kingship beneath it. It is hard not to notice, reading through the surviving myths about Zeus in any real volume, exactly how much of his own individual story is taken up by pursuit, because Zeus's own romantic and reproductive career, pursued across an enormous number of encounters with goddesses, nymphs and mortal women alike, produced, according to the various sources that catalogue his own children, dozens of offspring, some of them destined to become major gods in their own right. Athena and Apollo and Artemis and Hermes and Dionysus all counted, in one tradition or another, among his own children by different mothers, and a great many others destined to become the founding heroes and royal ancestors of nearly every major dynasty in the whole of Greek legend, Heracles and Perseus, and Minos and Helen of Troy herself, all tracing their own lineage back to a single encounter with the King of the Sky. This account is not going to soften what a great many of these encounters actually were, because the ancient sources themselves, read honestly and read in full, describe a pattern that ranges from consensual divine courtship in some tellings to outright abduction and assault in others. Europa carried across the sea on the back of a bull Zeus had transformed himself into. Leda visited in the form of a swan. Callisto pursued in the disguise of the goddess Artemis herself, in order to get close enough to a nymph who had sworn the same vow of chastity Artemis demanded of her own followers, a specific and genuinely disturbing detail that later Greek and Roman poets returned to again and again, precisely because of how starkly it illustrated the total imbalance of power between a god and the women he pursued, women who had, in case after case, no meaningful capacity to refuse a king who could reshape his own body, disguise his own identity, and command the whole of the visible sky. It is worth naming plainly exactly what happened to a great many of these same women once Zeus's own attention moved elsewhere, because the mythology this account is walking through tonight rarely lets Zeus himself bear the consequences of his own pursuits, and instead directs the full weight of Hera's own furious jealousy, a jealousy this account will examine much more closely in the section still ahead, downward onto the women and the children Zeus had already left behind, a pattern of consequence falling on the powerless rather than the powerful, that repeats often enough across this family's own mythology to count as one of its own genuine recurring injustices, one this account is not going to look past simply because the stories themselves were told, for centuries, primarily by and for an audience more interested in Zeus's own adventures than in the women left to bear their own cost. And it is worth naming too, in fairness to the fuller picture, that Zeus's own reign was not simply a long catalogue of pursuit and abandonment, because the same king who chased Europa across the sea also served, across a very great many other stories, as the single most reliable guarantor of cosmic and moral order this entire mythology possessed, the god who punished Ixion for the specific crime of attempting to seduce Hera herself after Zeus had shown him hospitality, the god who bound Prometheus to a mountain crag for the theft of fire, but who also, in the fuller arc of that same story, eventually permitted Heracles to free him, the god whose own scales, in the vivid image Homer gives us in the Iliad, weighed the fates of entire armies before a single spear was thrown, an image of Zeus as cosmic judge sitting in genuine and unresolved tension with the Zeus who could not, across story after story, master his own appetites. A tension this account is not going to resolve for you tonight because the ancient Greeks themselves never fully resolved it either, worshipping, in the same breath and often in the very same hymn, both the guarantor of justice and the god whose own conduct so often fell short of the justice he demanded from everyone beneath him. It is worth pausing here on the specific fear that shaped some of the strangest choices of Zeus's own long reign, because the same prophecy that had once threatened Cronus followed Zeus into his own kingship in a new and more specific form, a warning delivered by different sources through different messengers that a child born of Zeus and a particular partner was fated to grow stronger than his own father and overthrow him in turn. When Zeus took as his own first wife the Titaness Metis, the same clever ally who had once tricked Cronus into disgorging his own swallowed children, he received word from either Gaia or Uranos, depending on the source, that Metis was destined to bear him 2 children, a daughter of extraordinary wisdom, and after her a son who would surpass his own father and claim the throne of Olympus, and Zeus, unwilling to risk the fate that had so nearly claimed his own father before him, swallowed Metis whole while she was still pregnant with their first child, absorbing her, according to the myth, permanently into his own body, so that her own wisdom became, from that day forward, a permanent part of Zeus's own mind, and so that the daughter she carried would be born not from any womb, but directly from her own father's head. That daughter's own birth, and the goddess she would become, is a story this account is going to tell in full a little further up the mountain tonight, but it is worth naming here, plainly, that Zeus's own swallowing of Metis stands as one of the clearest and most direct echoes of his own father's crime. This entire family's history has to offer a king who had overthrown a father for swallowing his own children, choosing, when his own throne felt threatened in turn, to swallow a wife instead. A repetition this account is not going to let pass without naming it for exactly what it is. Zeus's own eventual sons by other unions carried this same anxious pattern forward in different form, because when the sea nymph Thetis became, in a separate strand of prophecy central to the whole of the later Trojan War, destined to bear a son greater than his own father, both Zeus and Poseidon, who had each pursued her, withdrew their own suit entirely rather than risk fathering the child fated to depose one of them, arranging instead for Thetis to marry the mortal hero Peleus, a union that would produce, in the fullness of time, Achilles himself, a hero this channel has already spent several long nights following across the walls of Troy, and whose own birth, seen from this angle, was less a simple stroke of heroic destiny than the direct byproduct of two kings of Olympus stepping carefully around a fear neither of them had ever fully set down since the night their own father tried to swallow them. A queen whose own wrath outlived every rival. Hera, youngest of the 6 children Cronus swallowed and the last of them restored to the light, occupies a stranger position in this family's own mythology than her own formal title of queen might suggest, because Hera was, by an overwhelming weight of surviving evidence, one of the oldest and most widely worshipped goddesses in the entire Greek world. Older, in the archaeological record uncovered at sites like Samos and Argos, than a great many of the myths that would eventually come to define her. Temples built in her own honour standing among the largest and most lavishly funded of any goddess anywhere in Greece, and a religious tradition that honoured her first and centrally as the goddess of marriage itself, the protector of the wedded household, the specific power a bride prayed to on the morning of her own wedding, and a wife prayed to across every year of a marriage that followed it. It is one of the genuine ironies sitting at the centre of this whole family's own storytelling tradition that the goddess of marriage should have, by the account of nearly every surviving myth about her, one of the single least happy marriages in the entire mythology, bound for eternity to a husband whose own wandering attention she spent the whole of that same eternity trying, and largely failing, to contain. Hera's own courtship by Zeus, in the version of the story most widely told, began with a trick worthy of the family she was marrying into, because Zeus, according to this account, transformed himself into a small storm-battered cuckoo and let himself be found, shivering and apparently helpless, by Hera as she walked alone near Mount Thornax. And when Hera, moved to pity, took the bird up and pressed it warm against her own chest, Zeus resumed his own true form in that same instant, and either seduced or, in the darker tellings this account is not going to pretend do not exist, assaulted her on the spot, a beginning to their own marriage that later poets sometimes softened into simple courtship, and sometimes left standing in its own considerably harsher original form, and that sets, from the very first scene of their own union, the specific pattern of deception and imbalance of power that would define nearly every chapter of their own married life that followed it. It is worth naming, honestly, exactly what Hera actually did across the many decades and centuries of myth that followed that same beginning, because the overwhelming majority of the stories that survive about her concern not any independent adventure of her own, but her own furious, sustained, and often genuinely cruel campaign of vengeance against the women Zeus pursued and the children those same women bore him. A pattern. This account named already in the section on Zeus, and is going to examine now from the considerably harder angle of the woman left, holding the consequences of a husband's own repeated infidelity, in a world that offered her no real avenue for leaving him. Hera drove the nymph Io, transformed by Zeus into a heifer, in a failed attempt to hide her from his own wife's notice, into a maddened flight across the whole of the known world, sending a monstrous gadfly to sting her without rest from Greece to Egypt. Hera persecuted the mortal woman Semele, pregnant by Zeus with the child who would become Dionysus, by disguising herself as a trusted old nurse and persuading Semele to demand that Zeus appear before her in his own full divine glory, a sight no mortal body could survive, and that burned Semele to ash the instant Zeus, bound by an unbreakable oath he had rashly sworn to her, was forced to comply. Hera transformed the nymph Callisto, already a victim of Zeus's own deception in the disguise this account has already described, into a bear, and very nearly arranged to have that same bear hunted down by Callisto's own son before Zeus intervened at the last possible moment and placed mother and son among the stars instead, as the constellations Ursa Major and Ursa Minor. And Hera pursued the demigod Heracles, Zeus's own son by the mortal woman Alcmene, with a hatred that lasted his entire mortal life, sending serpents to kill him in his own cradle, delaying his own birth through trickery so that a lesser cousin could claim the birthright meant for him, and finally, in the myth's own darkest turn, striking him with a madness so total that he killed his own wife and children with his own hands, a horror that set Heracles on the path toward the famous 12 labours this channel has already told in full on another night, labours undertaken, in the version most widely told, specifically as penance for a crime Hera's own hatred had driven him to commit. It would be a genuine failure of honesty, sitting with this same pattern for as long as this account has now sat with it, to simply condemn Hera and move on without asking what any of it actually cost her, because a goddess whose own sacred portfolio was marriage itself spent the whole of her own married life humiliated repeatedly and publicly by a husband whose own infidelities were, in a great many tellings, treated by the same storytellers who condemned Hera's own cruelty as a simple and largely unremarkable feature of kingship, the natural prerogative of the most powerful god in the cosmos, rather than a genuine betrayal demanding any real reckoning. Hera's own fury, read this way, looks considerably less like simple jealousy, and considerably more like the only form of power actually available to a wife, who could not leave her own marriage, could not punish her own husband directly, without risking a war she could not win against the one god stronger than herself, and redirected across story after story onto the only target she could actually reach. A genuinely tragic displacement of blame this account named already in the Zeus section, and returns to now, because it deserves to be sat with from Hera's own side of the story, rather than only from the perspective of the women she harmed. Both of those truths, Hera's own real cruelty toward blameless victims, and Hera's own real and repeatedly humiliated grievance, holding true at the very same time without cancelling each other out. It is worth naming too the handful of moments across this mythology in which Hera's own anger turned directly on Zeus himself rather than on the women and children caught beneath him, because in one striking episode recorded in the Iliad, Hera, together with Poseidon and Athena, actually succeeded in binding Zeus with unbreakable chains while he slept, a genuine palace coup attempted against the king of Olympus by his own wife, and 2 of his own children, foiled only when the 100-handed giant Briareus, summoned by the sea nymph Thetis out of gratitude for a past kindness, arrived to free him, an episode Zeus punished by suspending Hera herself from the sky, with golden chains around her wrists and anvils tied to her own ankles, a punishment so severe that the other gods, watching, dared not intervene, and a scene that captures, better than almost any other single moment in this whole mythology, exactly how far even a queen's own authority extended against a husband who remained, in every meaningful sense, considerably more powerful than she was. Hera's own children by Zeus, conceived within the marriage itself rather than outside it, included Ares, the god of war this account will introduce properly further up the mountain tonight, Hebe, the goddess of youth who served as cupbearer to the gods before Ganymede assumed the role, and Eileithyia, goddess of childbirth, and it is worth naming plainly the single most famous act of independent creation in Hera's own mythology. Because when Zeus produced Athena from his own head, without any mother's involvement at all, Hera, by several ancient accounts, responded by conceiving a child entirely on her own, without Zeus's own involvement in turn, either through prayer to the earth goddess Gaia, or through a magic flower according to different sources, and the son that solitary conception produced was Hephaestus, the god of the forge, born, in a detail this account will examine more closely when Hephaestus's own turn arrives tonight, with a physical difference that led Hera herself, in the myth's own harshest telling, to hurl her newborn son from the height of Olympus rather than accept him, a rejection that would shape the whole of Hephaestus's own character and his own complicated relationship with the mother who bore him. Hera's own worship, away from the palace intrigue this account has spent the last several paragraphs walking through, tells a rather different and considerably more dignified story about what she actually meant to the ordinary people who prayed to her, because the goddess honoured at Argos, at Samos, and at Olympia itself, where the Heraion, her own temple, predates the neighbouring temple of Zeus by a full century, was invoked not as a jealous wife, but as the protector of legitimate marriage, of childbirth, and of the whole ordered structure of the household, a goddess whose own festival at Argos, the Heraia, involved a procession of the city's own married women bearing offerings to her temple in a display of civic devotion considerably removed from the vengeful figure so many of the surviving myths describe. It is worth naming honestly before this account moves on up the mountain that the gap between Hera, the widely honoured protector of marriage, and Hera, the vengeful wife of myth, reflects something real about how these stories actually functioned in Greek culture, poetry and drama free to explore and often to relish. The darker and more dramatically satisfying version of a goddess whose own public cult continued, in temple after temple, to honour an entirely more solemn and more sympathetic figure standing quietly behind the same name. The brother who never stopped resenting the lot he drew. Poseidon, second of the 6 children Cronus swallowed, drew the sea in the same division of the cosmos this account has already described among the 3 victorious brothers, and it is worth naming plainly, right at the start of his own introduction, that Poseidon carried the specific and genuinely corrosive resentment of a man who had fought exactly as hard in the war against Cronus as his own younger brother Zeus had fought, and who had come away from that same shared victory with what he clearly regarded across story after story as the lesser prize, a vast and genuinely powerful domain certainly, but one that answered in the final accounting of Olympian hierarchy to a king who ruled the sky above it. This resentment surfaces again and again across the myths that survive about Poseidon, most directly in the episode this account has already mentioned in passing, the attempted binding of Zeus in his own sleep, an act of open rebellion in which Poseidon joined Hera and Athena specifically because he, more than either of his own co-conspirators, had never fully accepted the settlement that had made his own younger brother king of them all. Poseidon's own domain, the sea itself, made him a genuinely terrifying figure to the sailors, fishermen and coastal cities whose own survival depended entirely on waters he could calm or wreck, according to a temper the ancient sources describe as considerably shorter and considerably less checked by any larger sense of cosmic responsibility than his own brothers. Where Zeus's own storms, however destructive, were understood to serve some larger and at least theoretically comprehensible purpose, punishing oathbreakers, enforcing hospitality, weighing the fates of nations, Poseidon's own furies read, across a great many of the surviving myths, as considerably more personal and considerably more petty, a god who wrecked ships and drowned sailors not because cosmic justice demanded it, but because his own pride had been wounded by some specific slight, real or imagined, and it is this same volatile, easily offended character that drives what is very likely the single most consequential grudge in the whole of Greek epic poetry, because it was Poseidon, insulted by the blinding of his own son, the Cyclops Polyphemus, at the hands of the Greek hero Odysseus, who spent the following 10 years hounding that same hero across the whole of the Mediterranean, a wrath this channel has already followed in considerable detail across several long nights, devoted to Odysseus's own journey home, and that stands as the clearest possible illustration of exactly how far a single wounded pride in Poseidon's own hands could reach. Beyond the sea itself, Poseidon held 2 further titles that a modern listener, encountering them for the first time, might not immediately connect to a god of water, because the ancient Greeks knew him also as Poseidon Hippios, god of horses, credited in myth with having created the horse itself, in one striking version by striking a rock with his own trident in a contest of invention against Athena, and as Poseidon Enozygaios, the Earthshaker, the specific god responsible for earthquakes, a portfolio the Greeks connected to the sea through the shared image of water pent up and violently released, whether crashing against a coastline or shuddering the ground itself from some vast subterranean reservoir. This same earth-shaking power made Poseidon a genuinely dangerous god to offend even for other gods, a fact demonstrated vividly in the myth of his own contest with Athena for patronage of the city that would eventually take her own name rather than his, a contest this account will tell more fully once Athena's own turn arrives tonight, in which Poseidon, offering the city a saltwater spring struck from the rock of the Acropolis itself, lost to Athena's own gift of the olive tree, and responded to that same loss in several tellings by flooding the plain of Attica in a fit of wounded pride entirely consistent with the character this account has already described. Poseidon's own domestic life proved, if anything, even more turbulent than his own brother Zeus's, because his own courtship of the sea nymph Amphitrite, the woman who would become his own wife and queen of the sea, began, in the version most widely told, with Amphitrite fleeing his own advances entirely, hiding among the daughters of Atlas at the western edge of the world until a dolphin, sent by Poseidon to search for her, finally found her and persuaded her to return and accept his own suit, a courtship Poseidon rewarded by placing that same dolphin among the stars as the constellation Delphinus. One of the rare moments of genuine gratitude this account has found in this whole family's own record of pursuit and consequence. Poseidon's own list of other partners and offspring, mortal and immortal alike, rivals Zeus's own in both length and in the same troubling pattern of imbalance this account has already named honestly in the sections above, producing children who ranged from the heroic, Theseus counted in the most common tradition as Poseidon's own son, to the genuinely monstrous, the Cyclops Polyphemus, whose own blinding set the whole of Odysseus's own 10-year ordeal into motion, and it is worth naming plainly that Poseidon's own pursuit of the goddess Demeter, his own sister, a story this account is about to walk into directly, stands among the darkest and least sanitized episodes in this entire family's mythology. A mother whose grief could starve the whole world. Demeter, third of the 6 children Cronus swallowed, held a domain that made her, in the ordinary daily life of nearly every ancient Greek farmer, considerably more urgently important than her own relatively modest presence in the grand epic narratives of Zeus and Poseidon might suggest, because Demeter governed the harvest itself, the grain that fed the whole of the ancient Mediterranean world, and a goddess whose own moods could quite literally mean the difference between a full granary and a starving winter commanded a specific and deeply personal kind of devotion that no amount of thunder or sea storm could ever quite replicate in the daily anxieties of an ordinary household. It is worth naming plainly the specific and genuinely disturbing story that connects Demeter directly to the brother this account has just finished introducing, because Poseidon, pursuing his own sister with the same relentlessness he brought to nearly every other object of his own desire, chased Demeter across the earth as she attempted again and again to escape him through transformation, taking the shape of a mare among a herd of horses in one final attempt to hide herself entirely, only for Poseidon to transform himself into a stallion and overtake her regardless, an assault the ancient sources describe with a bluntness this account is not going to soften, and one that produced, from that same violent union, a divine horse named Arion, and, in some tellings, a daughter the Arcadian cult of Demeter Erinis, the avenging Demeter, worshipped under a name too sacred for outsiders to speak aloud, a cult title that itself preserves, in its own solemn secrecy, the memory of exactly how much fury that same assault left behind in the goddess who survived it. But it is Demeter's own relationship with her daughter that forms the single most consequential story this whole mythology tells about her, because Demeter's own child by Zeus, Persephone, was gathering flowers in a meadow, according to the version of the story preserved most fully in the ancient Homeric hymn to Demeter, when the earth itself split open beneath her and Hades. King of the underworld rose from the chasm in his own chariot and seized her, carrying her down into his own kingdom to become his own queen, an abduction arranged in this same telling, with Zeus's own prior knowledge and consent, a detail this account is not going to pass over lightly, because it means that Persephone's mother learned only after the fact that the king of the gods had quietly approved his own daughter's abduction by his own brother, without ever informing the mother who would spend the following months in genuine, unknowing grief, searching for a daughter she did not yet know was lost to the underworld, rather than simply missing. Demeter's own search, once she learned the truth from the sun god Helios, who alone among the gods had witnessed the abduction from his own vantage point crossing the sky, took her across the whole of the known world in the guise of an old woman, grieving so completely that she abandoned her own divine duties entirely. And it is this same abandonment that produced the myth's own central and genuinely staggering consequence, because Demeter, in her own grief, let the whole of the earth's grain wither and die, refusing to let a single seed sprout or a single field bear fruit, a famine so total and so uncompromising that it threatened, according to the hymn's own explicit language, to starve the whole of humanity to extinction, and, with humanity gone, to end the sacrifices and offerings the gods themselves depended on for their own honour and glory. A famine so severe that it forced Zeus, who had set the whole crisis in motion through his own silent consent to Hades' abduction, to finally intervene, sending the messenger, god Hermes, down to the underworld to negotiate Persephone's own return. It is worth naming plainly the specific trick that complicated even this resolution, because Hades, before releasing Persephone, persuaded her to eat a small number of pomegranate seeds, a handful in most tellings, 4 in some versions and 6 in others, and this same small act of eating bound her, by the underworld's own ancient and unbreakable law, to return to Hades for a portion of every year corresponding to the number of seeds she had swallowed, a compromise Zeus brokered that split Persephone's own year between her mother's world above and her husband's world below, and that gave the Greeks a myth explaining, in the most direct and literal terms imaginable, the changing of the seasons themselves, Demeter's own grief withdrawing the earth's fertility for the months her daughter spent in the underworld, and Demeter's own joy restoring it the moment Persephone returned each year to walk again in the sunlight. It is worth naming, too, exactly what kind of religious practice this same myth eventually produced, because the reunion of mother and daughter was celebrated across the whole of the classical period at Eleusis, a town not far from Athens, in a set of rites known as the Eleusinian Mysteries, among the most sacred and most closely guarded religious ceremonies in the entire ancient Greek world, open to any Greek speaker regardless of social rank, gender, or free or enslaved status, an initiation into secrets so carefully protected by both social custom and, in later periods, formal Athenian law, that almost nothing certain survives today about what actually happened inside the sanctuary walls during the ceremony's own central nighttime rites, beyond the widely shared testimony of initiates across many centuries that the experience had left them with a genuinely transformed understanding of death, one that promised, in some fashion the sources themselves are frustratingly vague about, a better fate in the afterlife for those who had undergone it, a mystery cult built directly, and quite movingly, out of a mother's own grief for a daughter stolen from her, and a mother's own eventual, if permanently incomplete, reunion with the child the underworld could never fully return. A daughter, born fully armed from her own father's skull. Athena's own birth, promised already in the section on Zeus and the swallowed Titaness Mate, arrived, according to the version of the story told most consistently across the ancient sources, when Zeus began to suffer a headache of such extraordinary and unrelenting severity that he finally summoned Hephaestus, or in some tellings Prometheus, and ordered his own skull split open with an axe, and from the wound that followed, Athena emerged fully grown, fully armed in bronze armour forged for her before her own birth, and shouting a war cry so powerful that Olympus itself shook and the sea churned beneath her, a goddess who arrived into the world already an adult, already a warrior, and already in a detail worth sitting with, entirely without a mother's own presence in the moment of her own birth, because Metis, absorbed permanently into Zeus's own body in the act this account has already described, gave her daughter life from inside her own father, a genesis so strange that it stands almost alone in this mythology as a birth belonging, in the fullest sense, to one parent only. It is worth naming plainly exactly what this same unusual birth meant for how the ancient Greeks themselves understood Athena's own character, because a goddess born without gestation in any mortal or maternal sense, born instead directly from her own father's mind, became, across centuries of Greek religious and philosophical thought, the clearest possible embodiment of reasoned intelligence, something distinct from bodily passion or instinct. Wisdom understood not as accumulated experience, but as a kind of pure inherited clarity, passed directly from a father's own mind into a daughter who would go on to counsel heroes, arbitrate contests, and stand, again and again across this mythology, as the single most consistently rational voice in a family otherwise driven, as this whole night has already shown you repeatedly, by appetite, jealousy, and wounded pride. Athena's own portfolio extended considerably beyond wisdom alone, because she was also, and in the practical religious life of ancient Athens perhaps primarily, a goddess of strategic warfare, standing in careful and deliberate contrast to Ares, the god of war this account will introduce shortly, a contrast the Greeks themselves drew explicitly and repeatedly across their own literature, Athena representing the disciplined, tactical, and ultimately victorious application of organised force, while Ares represented war's own senseless bloodlust, chaos for its own sake, a distinction reflected directly in the outcomes of their own occasional confrontations in myth, where Athena, cooler-headed and better armed with strategy rather than mere strength, is shown besting her own half-brother without particular difficulty. Athena served too as patron of craft and practical skill of every kind, weaving, pottery, shipbuilding, and the specific cunning intelligence the Greeks called metis, the very quality her own absorbed mother had once personified, a form of cleverness distinct from raw wisdom, the kind of resourceful, problem-solving intelligence that let a hero outthink an enemy he could not outfight, a quality Athena would go on to lend, across a great many of this mythology's most famous stories, to the mortal hero she took under her own particular protection. It is worth pausing here on the specific contest that gave Athens its own name, because when the newly founded city needed a patron deity, both Athena and Poseidon, this account has already told you in the section above, competed for the honour, each offering the city a gift meant to demonstrate their own worthiness. Poseidon striking the rock of the Acropolis with his own trident to produce a spring of seawater, dramatic and immediately useful to a coastal city in one obvious sense, and Athena striking the same ground to produce an olive tree instead. A gift that promised food, oil and wood across generations rather than any single dramatic display, and the city's own citizens, or in some tellings a jury of the gods themselves, judged Athena's own gift more valuable to the long-term flourishing of the people who would live there, awarding her the city that still, nearly 3,000 years later, carries her own name, a judgment Poseidon, true to the character this account has already described, answered with a flood of wounded pride across the very plain he'd just lost. Athena's own relationship with mortal heroes forms one of the genuinely warmer threads running through this whole family's mythology, because she served, across story after story, this channel has already told in considerable detail on other nights, as the single most consistent and most genuinely helpful divine patron any hero in this mythology ever received, guiding Odysseus home across 10 years of wandering with a personal investment in his own survival that goes well beyond simple professional obligation, disguising herself repeatedly to walk beside him, advising him at every critical turn, and ultimately standing at his own side in the final confrontation with Penelope's own suitors. Equipping Perseus with the specific tools, a polished shield to see the Gorgon Medusa's own reflection rather than her own deadly direct gaze that let him complete his own famous quest and return alive, and standing beside Heracles across a great many of his own 12 labours, a favour this account will name again when Heracles' own broader story returns to this channel on some future night. It is worth naming, plainly, that Athena's own protection came with a specific and genuinely severe cost for anyone who challenged her, because the myth of Arachne, a mortal weaver whose own skill rivaled Athena's own, and who refused to credit the goddess for any part of her own talent, ended with Athena, humiliated by the genuine quality of Arachne's own tapestry, depicting the god's own worst crimes against mortal women, destroying the work in fury and transforming the weaver herself into the first spider, a punishment this account is not going to pretend was simple justice, rather than a goddess unable to bear a mortal's own unwelcome truth-telling. It is worth returning briefly to the seating question this account raised earlier tonight, because Athena's own permanent virginity, a status she shared with Artemis and Hestia alike, among the major goddesses of this pantheon, connect directly to the argument some ancient sources make for why Dionysus, rather than Hestia, came to occupy the 12th honoured seat at that Athenian altar, a case this account will make in full once Dionysus's own turn arrives near the end of tonight's climb, but worth flagging here, in passing, as one more thread in a family tree whose own seating arrangement, this account has already told you honestly, was never quite as settled as a single tidy list of 12 names might suggest. Twins born to a mother no land would shelter. Apollo and Artemis, born together to Zeus and the Titaness Leto, share a birth story that this account is going to tell as a single episode before separating the two of them out into their own distinct portfolios, because the circumstances of their own arrival into the world say as much about Hera's own reach and about the specific vulnerability of Zeus's own mortal and semi-divine lovers as any single story this account has told so far tonight. Leto, pregnant by Zeus, found herself hunted across the whole of the known world by Hera's own decree, forbidden from giving birth on any land that stood fixed beneath the sun, a punishment that left Leto wandering in genuine desperation from shore to shore and island to island, refused shelter everywhere by places too frightened of Hera's own wrath to risk hosting her, until she came at last to Delos, a small, barren, and at that time floating island tethered to nothing, a place that belonged, in the strictest sense, to no fixed land at all, and that therefore fell outside the letter, if not the spirit, of Hera's own prohibition, and it was there, clutching a single palm tree for support, through a labour that stretched, according to some versions, across 9 full days and nights, because Hera had also detained Aletheia, goddess of childbirth, and kept her from attending that Leto finally gave birth, first to Artemis, and then, with her newborn daughter already assisting as midwife to her own twin brother, to Apollo. Apollo grew, across the myths that follow this same difficult birth, into a god whose own portfolio is genuinely difficult to summarize in a single sentence, because he governed, at once, the sun's own light in later and more syncretic tradition, though the older and more properly Olympian sun god was in fact Helios, prophecy and the oracle at Delphi, music and the lyre, healing and, in its darker mirror, plague and sudden death delivered by arrow from a distance, archery itself, and the patronage of poetry and the arts more broadly, through his own close association with the nine muses. It is worth naming, plainly, the single most consequential of these portfolios for the practical, religious and political life of the ancient Greek world, because the oracle at Delphi, seized by Apollo in infancy according to the myth, when he slew the monstrous serpent Python that had guarded the site before him, a killing for which Apollo himself was required to undergo a period of ritual purification and exile before he could rightfully claim the sanctuary, became, across the whole of the classical period, the single most consulted and most politically influential religious site in the entire Greek-speaking world, a place where a priestess called the Pythia, seated on a tripod above a fissure in the rock and speaking in a trance many ancient sources describe as induced by vapours rising from the earth itself, delivered pronouncements, famously cryptic and famously open to multiple interpretations, that kings, generals, and entire cities consulted before founding colonies, declaring wars, or making any decision of genuine consequence. A religious institution whose own influence over the actual course of Greek history very likely exceeds that of any other single shrine this mythology produced. Apollo's own romantic pursuits, read alongside his own fathers and his own uncles, carry forward the same troubling pattern this account has already named honestly more than once tonight. And the myth of Daphne stands as perhaps the clearest single illustration of it, because Daphne, a nymph who had sworn, like Artemis and Athena and Hestia before her, a vow of perpetual virginity, fled Apollo's own pursuit with a desperation the poet Ovid renders in genuinely harrowing detail, and finding herself finally overtaken and with no other escape available to her, called out to her own father, the river god Peneus, to save her by destroying the very body Apollo desired, a prayer answered by her own transformation, limb by limb, into a laurel tree, even as Apollo's own hands closed around her, a god left, at the story's own end, embracing bark and root, where a living woman had stood only a moment before, and declaring, in a gesture the ancient sources render as tenderness, but that a modern listener may reasonably hear as something considerably more uncomfortable, that the laurel would henceforth be sacred to him regardless, worn as a crown by poets and victors in his own honour for centuries afterward, a permanent celebration, however unintentional, of the precise moment a woman chose to stop being human, rather than be caught by him. It is worth naming too the specific and genuinely tender story that stands in real contrast to Daphne's own flight, because Apollo's own love for the young Spartan prince Hyacinthus, one of several male companions, this account is not going to pretend the ancient sources leave ambiguous, ended in accidental tragedy rather than pursuit, the two of them competing in a friendly game of discus throwing, when a discus, deflected by the jealous west wind Zephyrus, who desired Hyacinthus for himself in some versions of the story, struck the young prince and killed him, and Apollo, grieving in a way the myths rarely allow this family's own more powerful members to grieve openly, refused to let death claim him entirely, transforming his own spilled blood into a new flower, the hyacinth. Its own petals marked, the Greeks believed, with letters spelling out a cry of grief, a myth that gave the ancient world both a flower and one of its own most openly affectionate stories of same-sex love between a god and a mortal, commemorated for centuries afterward in the Spartan festival of the Hyacinthia. Artemis, born moments before her own twin brother, and, according to the myth this account has already told, assisting at his own birth immediately afterward, grew into a goddess whose own defining characteristic, more than any single domain she governed, was a fierce and absolutely non-negotiable independence, because Artemis, according to the story told about her own childhood, sat on her own father Zeus's own lap while still a small girl and asked him, in a list this account is going to give you in full because its own specificity says so much about her, for eternal virginity, for as many names as her brother Apollo carried, for a bow and arrows of her own, for the role of bringing light to the world alongside her twin, for a knee-length hunting tunic that would let her run freely through the wilderness, for 60 young ocean nymphs and 20 river nymphs to serve as her own attendants, and for every mountain in the world as her own domain, leaving the cities to other gods entirely, a request Zeus granted in full, delighted, according to the myth, by a daughter who wanted nothing from him but freedom and the wild places no other god particularly coveted. Artemis governed the hunt, wild animals, and the untamed wilderness itself, but her own portfolio extended in a pairing that a modern listener might not immediately expect, to childbirth as well, a connection the ancient Greeks understood through the specific circumstance of her own birth, a goddess who had helped deliver her own brother into the world moments after her own arrival in it, and who accordingly presided for the whole of her own long worship over the safe delivery of every child born beneath her own moon. It is worth naming, plainly, exactly how fiercely Artemis defended the chastity she had asked her own father for, because the myth of Actaeon, a mortal hunter who stumbled entirely by accident, according to most tellings, upon Artemis bathing naked in a forest pool with her own attendant nymphs, ended with the goddess, furious at having been seen, transforming Actaeon into a stag on the spot, and his own hunting hounds, no longer recognising their own master, tearing him apart, a punishment considerably more severe than the accidental nature of his own trespass would seem, by any ordinary human measure to warrant, and one this account is not going to pretend was simple justice, rather than a goddess whose own fierce protection of her own bodily autonomy earned through hard experience of exactly how little that same autonomy was respected elsewhere in her own family, tipped, in this particular story, into something considerably closer to cruelty. And it is worth naming too, in fairness, the considerably gentler side of Artemis's own character that a great many surviving myths preserve alongside Actaeon's own fate, because Artemis served as protector, above nearly every other role she carried, of young girls and young women specifically, honoured at Broran, not far from Athens, in a ritual in which Athenian girls before marriage served the goddess for a period as arctoi, little bears, in a rite of passage meant to ease their own transition from childhood into the considerable dangers, medical and social alike, of adult womanhood in the ancient world. A cult practice that reveals a goddess considerably more protective and considerably more genuinely invested in the safety of vulnerable mortal girls than the story of Actaeon, taken alone, might suggest. Both faces of Artemis, the punisher of trespass and the protector of the vulnerable, belonging to the same fiercely independent goddess who had asked her own father, as a small girl, for nothing but the freedom to answer to no one. The war god his own family openly despised, Ares born to Zeus and Hera within the marriage itself, and therefore, unlike so many of the siblings this account has already introduced tonight, entirely legitimate by his own family's own reckoning, held the single most consistently unpopular position of any god on that 12-chair table, because Ares governed war not in Athena's own disciplined, strategic sense, but in its own rawest and least glorified form, the actual bloodlust and chaos of battle, the panic and the slaughter, the parts of combat that no general's own careful planning could fully control once the fighting itself actually began, and it is worth naming plainly exactly how openly his own family expressed their own dislike of him for it, because Zeus himself, in a passage from the Iliad this account is not going to quote directly, but will render faithfully in substance, tells Ares outright that he is the most hateful god to him of all who hold Olympus, that strife and war and battle are all he ever loves, and that he would have long since been cast down to a place lower than the Titans themselves, were he not, in the end, still Zeus's own son. Ares's own martial reputation, remarkably, did not translate into any particular record of martial success across this mythology's own actual stories, because Athena, the same disciplined war goddess this account has already introduced, defeats him without serious difficulty on more than one occasion, and in one especially undignified episode during the Trojan War, the mortal hero Diomedes, fighting with Athena's own direct assistance, actually wounds Ares badly enough that the god retreats howling to Olympus, a cry, Homer tells us, as loud as 9,000 or 10,000 men shouting in battle at once, to be tended by his own physician among the gods, a humiliation this account is naming honestly because it says something genuinely important about how the Greeks themselves regarded the difference between mere violence and actual military skill, granting Ares raw bloodlust in abundance, while consistently denying him the competence that Athena, by contrast, always carried alongside her own capacity for war. Ares' own most famous story, and the one this account is going to use to introduce his own most significant partner in this whole mythology, concerns his own long affair with Aphrodite, goddess of love, who was, by the marriage this pantheon had already arranged for her, Hephaestus' own wife rather than his, and it is worth telling this same episode in some detail, because it captures, better than almost any other single story in this family's own record, the particular blend of comedy and genuine hurt that runs through so much of this mythology's own treatment of infidelity. Hephaestus, warned by Helios the sun god, who saw everything that happened beneath his own daily path across the sky, that his own wife was meeting Ares in his own marital bed whenever he himself was occupied at his own forge, constructed with the same extraordinary craft this account will examine more fully when Hephaestus' own turn arrives shortly, a net of bronze links so fine as to be entirely invisible and so strong that no god could break it, and rigged it above his own bed before announcing a false journey to Lemnos, and when Ares and Aphrodite met there in his own absence exactly as Helios had reported. The net fell and bound the two of them together, naked and inescapable, at which point Hephaestus summoned the entire assembly of Olympian gods to witness the couple's own humiliation, a scene the myth renders, remarkably, as one of the genuinely funniest episodes in the entire mythology, the assembled gods laughing at the spectacle rather than expressing any real outrage. Hermes reportedly remarking that he would gladly endure 3 times the shame to lie beside Aphrodite himself, a detail worth sitting with for a moment, because it tells you something real about how casually this family, in its own more comic register, could treat exactly the kind of infidelity that, when Zeus committed it against Hera, produced generations of genuine tragedy for the women and children caught beneath it. A goddess born from violence, worshipped for beauty. Aphrodite's own birth carries this whole family's own founding violence forward in one of the strangest and most striking images this mythology has to offer, because Aphrodite was not, according to the oldest surviving account of her origin, a daughter of Zeus at all, but was instead born from the sea foam that gathered around the severed genitals of Uranos, the primordial sky god, after Cronus cast them into the ocean in the very act of castration this account described at the very start of tonight's climb. a birth that makes Aphrodite genealogically older than nearly every other Olympian. This account has introduced tonight a survivor, in the most literal possible sense, of the very violence that founded the entire divine order she would go on to join as an honoured member. A separate and considerably more conventional tradition makes her instead a daughter of Zeus and the ocean nymph Dione, a version Homer himself preferred, and this account is not going to insist on one origin over the other, because the ancient sources themselves held both, simultaneously, a goddess of love and beauty carrying in her own contested parentage both the tenderness her own name would come to represent, and the violence out of which, in the older and stranger telling, she was actually made, Aphrodite's own marriage to Hephaestus, arranged by Zeus in most tellings as a way of settling the god of the forge's own claim on Olympus, a story this account will tell in fuller detail in the section immediately ahead, never seems, across the whole of the surviving mythology, to have been a match either partner particularly wanted and Aphrodite's own affairs, with Ares most famously and with a considerable number of other gods and mortals across her own long mythological career, read less as any individual moral failing on her own part and more as the entirely predictable consequence of a marriage arranged without any genuine regard for her own preference. One more instance. This account is naming plainly of a goddess whose own life was shaped by a decision made for her rather than by her. It is worth naming, too, Aphrodite's own role in the single most consequential act of divine meddling in the whole of Greek mythology, because it was Aphrodite who offered the golden apple inscribed to the fairest by the Trojan prince Paris, in a contest this account will examine in fuller context when it reaches the Trojan War's own causes tonight, won that same judgment by promising Paris the love of the most beautiful mortal woman alive, a promise that delivered him Helen, already married to the Spartan king Menelaus, and that set in motion through that single bribe the 10-year war this channel has already followed in considerable detail across other long nights, a reminder that even a goddess whose own portfolio was love and beauty rather than war or thunder could, through one carefully calculated promise, reshape the fate of entire nations every bit as thoroughly as any of her own more overtly warlike relatives. The god his own mother threw from the mountain, Hephaestus, born to Hera alone in the act of solitary conception this account has already described in the section on his own mother, entered this family's own mythology already carrying a wound no other Olympian bore quite the same way, because Hephaestus, according to the myth's own harshest and most widely repeated telling, was rejected by Hera at the very moment of his own birth, thrown from the height of Olympus for the specific crime of being born, in most versions lame, a physical difference in his own legs or feet that a goddess otherwise devoted by her own public cult to the protection of children and the sanctity of family could not, in this one telling at least, bring herself to accept in a son of her own making. Hephaestus fell for a full day and night, in the account preserved by Homer, before landing in the ocean, where the sea goddesses Thetis and Eurynome caught him and raised him in secret for 9 years in an underwater cave, and it was there, hidden from the mother who had cast him out, that Hephaestus first began to work metal, crafting jewellery and ornaments of such extraordinary beauty for the 2 goddesses who had saved him, that his own genius as a craftsman was already fully formed by the time the wider world of Olympus ever learned he still lived. It is worth naming plainly the specific act of quiet revenge Hephaestus eventually took against the mother who had rejected him, because once grown, he built and sent to Olympus a golden throne of extraordinary beauty as a gift for Hera, and when she sat in it, invisible bonds sprang shut around her, trapping the queen of the gods in her own son's own creation, and no other god on the mountain, for all their own considerable combined strength, could work out how to free her, because only Hephaestus himself knew the mechanism's own secret, and Hephaestus, still nursing the wound of his own infancy, refused for a long while to come and release her at all, a standoff finally broken, in most versions of the story. Only when Dionysus, in what will turn out to be one of that god's own first meaningful acts in this whole mythology, got Hephaestus thoroughly drunk and led him back to Olympus on the back of a mule amid general laughter and celebration, where Hephaestus, in considerably better humour by then, finally released his own mother, but not before securing in exchange a promise from Zeus that granted him a permanent seat among the Olympians and the hand of Aphrodite herself in marriage, a negotiation this account named already in the section above, and one that reveals a god who, denied acceptance by birth, had to bargain his own way into this family's own honoured 12 chairs through sheer demonstrated skill and no small amount of stubborn cleverness. Hephaestus governed fire, the forge, metalworking, and the whole craft of invention, and it is genuinely difficult, cataloguing the sheer range of what survives about his own workshop, to overstate how much of this mythology's own most memorable material bears his own maker's mark. Because Hephaestus forged Zeus's own thunderbolts, Poseidon's own trident in some tellings, Achilles' own famous shield, described by Homer in such loving and exhaustive detail across an entire passage of the Iliad that the description alone has occupied scholars for centuries, Hermes' own winged sandals, and in a creation this account will return to shortly, the very first mortal woman, Pandora, shaped from clay at Zeus's own explicit command as a gift, or rather a punishment disguised as a gift, meant for humanity in retaliation for Prometheus's theft of fire, a story sitting adjacent to tonight's own central family, but worth naming for how directly it places Hephaestus's own hands at the origin of mortal womanhood itself. Beyond these famous individual commissions, Hephaestus built for his own use on Olympus mechanical serving women of gold given, remarkably, both voice and independent understanding, tripods that could walk on their own to and from the god's own feasts, and then walk themselves quietly back again, and the great bronze automaton Talos, a giant guardian who circled the island of Crete 3 times each day, hurling boulders at any ship that approached without leave, a genuinely staggering catalogue of invention for a god whose own family had once found him unworthy, even of a place among them. The messenger who was clever before he was old enough to walk. Hermes, born to Zeus and the nymph Maia, in a cave on Mount Cylon, announced his own character to this family within hours of his own birth, in a story the ancient sources tell with obvious delight, because the infant Hermes climbed from his own cradle on the very day he was born, wandered out of the cave and stole a herd of cattle belonging to his own half-brother Apollo, driving them backward by their own tails to disguise the direction of their tracks, fashioning himself a pair of sandals from bark and grass to further confuse any pursuit, and inventing along the way, in an afternoon's idle improvisation, the first lyre, stringing the hollowed shell of a tortoise with cords cut from the very cattle he had just stolen, before returning to his own cradle and feigning innocent infant sleep by the time his own furious mother, and shortly afterward his own even more furious half-brother Apollo, came looking for him. Apollo, tracking the stolen herd through prophecy rather than through the deliberately confused footprints, confronted the infant directly, and Hermes, with a composure the ancient sources clearly relish describing in a newborn, denied the theft with such convincing and good-humoured cheek that the two of them were eventually brought before Zeus himself to settle the dispute. And Zeus, according to the myth, laughed outright at his own younger son's audacity, even while ordering the cattle returned, a judgment Hermes accepted with characteristic grace, offering Apollo, as a peace gesture, the lyre he had invented that same day, an instrument Apollo received with such genuine delight that he surrendered in exchange the herd of cattle outright and, in some tellings, taught Hermes the art of prophecy by lots in gratitude. a settlement between two half-brothers that stands in genuinely refreshing contrast to nearly every other family dispute this account has walked you through tonight, resolved not through binding chains or thrown thunderbolts, but through wit, generosity, and a shared appreciation for cleverness. Hermes served, across the whole of his own long worship, as messenger of the gods, guide of travellers, patron of merchants and thieves alike, a pairing that tells you something genuinely honest about how the ancient Greeks understood commerce itself, protector of boundaries and of the roads that crossed them, marked at crossroads and property lines across the Greek world by Hermes, simple stone pillars topped with his own head, and, in a detail worth noting for how casually the ancient world treated such things, an erect phallus, both serving as markers of safe passage and of fertility alike, and perhaps most importantly for the underworld myths this account has already introduced tonight, Psychopomp, the specific god responsible for guiding the souls of the newly dead down to Hades' own kingdom, a role that made him the one Olympian equally at home on the sunlit mountain, on the open road among mortal travellers, and in the darkness below, wearing his own winged sandals and carrying his own herald staff, the caduceus, entwined with two serpents that had, according to one charming myth, stopped fighting the instant Hermes cast his own staff between them. It was Hermes, this account has already told you, who negotiated Persephone's own release from the underworld on Zeus's own orders, and it was Hermes who would later guide Priam, king of Troy, safely through the Greek camp to ransom his own son Hector's body from Achilles in one of the most quietly moving passages in the whole of the Iliad, and it is worth naming plainly that across this entire family's own record of thunder, war, and jealous violence, Hermes stands out as the one Olympian whose own defining skill was neither strength nor beauty nor wrath, but simple, portable cleverness, the specific kind of quick, adaptable intelligence that let him talk his own way out of an infant's theft on the very day of his own birth, and that made him, across the following centuries, the god an ordinary traveller, merchant, or thief was most likely to actually meet on the road, the last god to reach the table, and the fight to keep his seat. Dionysus arrives at this family's own table considerably later than any sibling this account has introduced tonight, both in the order these stories are conventionally told, and the ancient sources broadly agree in the actual chronology of his own recognition as full Olympian, and it is worth returning now, as this account promised earlier tonight, to the seating question raised back when Hestia's own claim to a place among the 12 was first laid out, because the case some ancient sources make for Dionysus's own inclusion in her place rests on a specific and genuinely sympathetic argument, that Hestia, goddess of the steady, unchanging hearth, embodied a kind of divine stability this family already possessed in abundance among its own older members, while Dionysus, god of wine, ecstasy, theatre, and the specific and genuinely dangerous experience of losing oneself entirely, offered this pantheon something none of its other 11 members could, and that Hestia herself, in the telling this account finds most moving among the several on offer, recognised this and stepped aside willingly, content to keep her own steady place at every hearth in Greece without needing, on top of that considerably more intimate honour, a formal seat in the mountain hall as well. Dionysus's own birth carries forward, in its own way, the same violence and loss that shaped so many of the births this account has already walked you through tonight, because his own mother Semele, the mortal woman this account has already told you was tricked by a disguised Hera into demanding that Zeus reveal himself in his own full divine glory, burned to ash the instant Zeus, bound by an oath he could not break, complied, and Zeus, unwilling to lose the child Semele had carried, snatched the unborn infant from his own dying mother's body and sewed him into his own thigh to finish gestating, so that Dionysus, when he was finally born a second time some months later from his own father's own body, earned the epithet twice born, a god who had, quite literally, survived being born from two different bodies before he ever drew a single breath of his own on his own, and who carried from that same violent double birth a specific and lasting connection to death and rebirth that would shape the whole of his own later worship. Hera's own hatred, having already claimed Dionysus's mortal mother, followed the surviving infant relentlessly across his own childhood, driving Dionysus, once grown, into a genuine madness that sent him wandering through Egypt and across the deserts of the wider Near East. And it was during these same wanderings, according to the myth, that Dionysus discovered and first cultivated the vine, learning to press its own fruit into wine, and gathered around himself as he made his own long way back toward Greece, an ecstatic retinue of maenads, women driven into a state of divine, uninhibited frenzy by his own presence, and satyrs, half human and half goat companions given to music, wine and revelry in equal measure, a travelling company that grew, city by city, into something considerably closer to a religious movement than a simple god's own personal entourage. It is worth naming plainly exactly how violently some of the cities Dionysus approached on his own return to Greece resisted the new religion he carried with him, because the myth of King Pentheus of Thebes, Dionysus's own mortal cousin through Semele's own sister, stands as the single starkest warning this mythology offers about the danger of refusing a god his own due honour. Pentheus banning the worship of Dionysus in his own city and imprisoning the god himself, not yet recognising him in his own mortal disguise, only for Dionysus to drive the women of Thebes, Pentheus's own mother Agave among them, into an ecstatic frenzy in the mountains outside the city, and to lure the curious, disapproving king out to spy on their own rites, disguised as one of the maenads himself, where Agave and her own fellow revellers, seeing him only as a mountain lion in their own god-induced madness, tore their own king apart with their bare hands, Agave carrying her own son's severed head back into the city in triumph before the madness finally lifted, and she understood in a single horrifying instant exactly what she had done, a myth later dramatised in full and with genuinely unbearable power by the Athenian playwright Euripides in his own final tragedy, the Bacchae. A warning this account is naming plainly because it captures, better than any other single story in this whole mythology, exactly how thoroughly Dionysus's own gifts, ecstasy and release, and the dissolving of ordinary human restraint could tip, without any warning at all, into pure and irreversible catastrophe. And it is worth naming too the considerably gentler story this same god left behind, because Dionysus, sailing once by ship, was seized by pirates who failed to recognise him and planned to sell him into slavery, only to watch, in mounting terror, as vines sprouted suddenly across the whole of their own ship, wine flowed where seawater should have been, and Dionysus himself transformed into a lion before their own eyes, driving the terrified pirates overboard, where he mercifully transformed them into dolphins rather than letting them drown, sparing men who had wronged him a fate his own family's other members. This account has shown you again and again tonight would very rarely have extended to anyone who had crossed them. And it is worth naming finally the story of his own marriage, because Dionysus found Ariadne, the Cretan princess who had helped the hero Theseus escape the labyrinth of the Minotaur, only to be abandoned by him, asleep and heartbroken on the shore of the island of Naxos, and rather than passing her by, married her there, in most tellings raising her up, upon her own eventual death, to live among the gods forever as his own immortal wife. A rare story in this whole mythology of a god choosing, quite deliberately, to heal a wound another man had left behind rather than adding to it, and completing, with that same marriage, the last of the 12 seats around the table this whole night has spent climbing toward. A table set for 12, and the smell of what never fully burned. It is worth pausing now that all 12 chairs at that mountain table have finally been filled, on the plain sensory texture of what an actual gathering of this family might have felt like, sounded like, and smelled like, because the ancient sources scattered across centuries of hymn and epic and vase painting leave behind enough small physical detail that a listener can reconstruct, with real confidence, the shape of an Olympian feast rather than simply the list of gods attending it. The hall itself, according to Homer, stood built of bronze, its own threshold and its own great doors gleaming under a light that came from no single visible source, because Olympus required no sun of its own, wrapped, as the whole mountain country was, in a permanent, gentle, wind-still radiance the Greeks believed no mortal weather ever touched. The gods reclined or sat, depending on the period a given source describes, around a table laid with golden cups and golden platters, drinking nectar poured in the mountain's own earliest days by Hebe, goddess of youth, and eating not bread or meat but ambrosia. Of food, this account's own sources describe less by its own specific taste, which none of them ever quite agree on, than by its own singular effect, the substance that kept a god's own blood, called ichor rather than ordinary blood, flowing golden and immortal rather than red and mortal in his or her own veins. Music filled that same hall constantly. Apollo's own lyre carrying the melody, while the 9 muses, daughters of Zeus and the Titaness Mnemosyne, Memory herself, sang in a chorus so beautiful that Hesiod, in the opening lines of his own Theogony, describes the sound as capable of making even grief-stricken Cronus, imprisoned by then in Tartarus, forget his own sorrow for as long as the song continued. And it is worth naming plainly exactly how much of the more institutional and less scandalous side of this family's own religious life, the smell of an ordinary sacrifice carried up from 10,000 mortal altars across the whole of the Greek world, actually represented to them, because the gods themselves, in the story the Greeks told to explain why sacrifice worked the way it did not eat mortal food at all, but fed instead on the aroma, the smoke, and the specific honour of a mortal's own offering, a division established according to the myth by the Titan Prometheus himself, who tricked Zeus at a feast meant to settle exactly this question once and for all, into choosing between 2 portions of a sacrificed ox, one wrapped in glistening fat concealing only bones, the other wrapped in the animal's own unappetizing stomach lining concealing all the good meat, and Zeus choosing the fat-wrapped portion and discovering the trick only after he'd bound himself by his own choice, decreed from that day forward that mortals would keep the meat for their own tables, while the gods received, forever after, only bone and fat and smoke, a settlement that explains, in the plainest possible terms, why an ancient Greek sacrifice smelled, to any nose standing near it, considerably more like burning fat than like a feast, and why the gods, dining eternally on smoke rather than substance, may have understood hunger rather differently than the mortals who fed them. It is worth naming too exactly how thoroughly this family's own worship structured the actual calendar of ordinary Greek civic life, because a city like Athens organised an enormous share of its own public year around festivals honouring one or another of the 12 gods this account has now introduced in full, the Panathenaea, held every summer in Athena's own honour, and every 4th year expanded into the Great Panathenaea, a festival that saw a new robe, the peplos, woven by specially selected Athenian women and girls, and carried in procession up to the Acropolis to clothe an ancient wooden statue of the goddess. The very procession depicted, many scholars believe, along the frieze that once ran the full length of the Parthenon itself. The city Dionysia, held each spring in Dionysus's own honour, the festival that gave the Western world the theatre itself, tragedy and comedy alike performed, for the first time in recorded history as formal religious competition before audiences of thousands, seated in an open-air theatre built into the southern slope of the Acropolis, a stone's throw from Athena's own temple above it, and the Olympic Games, held every 4 years at Olympia in Zeus's own honour, a festival so central to Greek civic identity that a truce, the Ekecheiria, was declared across every warring Greek city-state for its own duration, allowing athletes and spectators alike to travel in safety to compete, in the god of the sky's own name, in events whose own winners received as their entire material prize. Nothing more than a simple crown woven from the wild olive that grew, according to legend, from a branch Heracles himself had once planted there. It is worth naming plainly that an ordinary sacrifice, away from these grand civic festivals, remained the basic unit of this family's own everyday relationship with the mortals who worshipped them. A household slaughtering an animal, a goat, a sheep, a pig depending on the occasion and the family's own means, at a small altar set up in the courtyard or before the door, burning the god's own designated portion while the family itself feasted on the remainder in a meal that functioned, at once, as an act of piety, and as one of the only occasions on which an ordinary ancient family might actually eat meat at all, so that this whole vast and quarrelsome mythology this night has spent so long walking through, kings and queens and jealous wives and stolen cattle and mountains struck by tridents, rested in the end on the considerably humbler and considerably more universal human ritual of a family gathered around a fire, offering up a portion of what little they had and asking in return for nothing more than another season of rain, of harvest, and of safe passage across whatever sea or road still lay ahead of them. Both hands held open at once, over an entire family. Having now walked, one chair at a time, all the way around that mountain table, it is worth pausing here, before this account starts back down toward the story's own close, and naming plainly the single pattern that this whole night has kept returning to. Whether it was looking at Cronus swallowing his own children, at Zeus swallowing Metis, at Zeus's own fear of the sun's prophecy warned him against, or at Hera's own furious pursuit of women who had never had any real power to refuse her husband in the first place. Because this family, across 3 full generations, from Uranus through Cronus through Zeus, and even, in its own more muted form, into the generation of Zeus's own children this account has just finished introducing, ran on a single recurring habit that no single villain within it ever fully originated, and that almost none of its own members ever fully escaped. The powerful protecting their own power by striking downward and inward, against a child, a spouse, or a lover, rather than ever once turning to confront the actual source of their own fear directly. Uranus struck at children not yet born. Cronus struck at children the instant they arrived. Zeus, gentler only by the narrowest of margins, struck instead at a wife's own body, swallowing Metis rather than risk the sun prophecy promised him, and stepped carefully around Thetis for the very same reason. And it is worth naming honestly that this same pattern, once you have learned to see it, does not confine itself neatly to the 3 kings this account has just listed, because Hera's own fury at Io and Callisto and Semele and Leto, however genuinely earned by her own husband's own conduct, still landed every single time on a woman with even less power than Hera herself possessed, and Apollo's own pursuit of Daphne and Poseidon's own pursuit of Demeter carried that identical current of the strong reaching downward toward the defenceless, rather than ever once being made to answer to anyone stronger than themselves. It would be too simple, and this account is not going to let itself off with anything so simple, to say that this family therefore deserves no sympathy at all, because the fuller truth this whole night has tried to hold in both hands at once is that nearly every member of it was, at some point in their own story, both a perpetrator of this same downward violence and, at some other point, its own genuine victim. Hera, humiliated repeatedly by a husband she could never leave and never truly punish, striking at the powerless because the powerful one responsible for her own grief remained permanently out of her own reach. Hephaestus, thrown from a mountain by his own mother for the simple crime of being born differently than she expected, carrying that wound forward into a marriage he did not choose and a lifetime of exquisite invention built, perhaps, at least in part, to prove a worth his own family had denied him at birth. Persephone, seized from a meadow by an uncle, her own father had quietly approved to take her, spending half of every year in a marriage that began as an abduction. Dionysus, hunted by Hera's own hatred before he had even survived his own second birth, carrying that same inherited persecution into a divinity built, in the end, on the specific promise of letting mortals escape themselves entirely, if only for a single ecstatic night. The same release his own family had never once offered him. It is worth naming, too, honestly and without flinching from it, exactly who this family's own violence actually cost them most across the whole span of tonight's story, because it was almost never, in the end, the gods themselves who paid the heaviest and most permanent price for any of this, immortal as they all were, healed of nearly any wound by the following morning, restored to Olympus and its own eternal spring, no matter how badly a given quarrel had gone the night before. It was the mortal women, Io driven mad across the whole width of the known world, Callisto turned into a bear and nearly killed by her own son, Semele burned to ash in her own bedroom, Actaeon torn apart by his own hounds, Arachne condemned to spend eternity as a spider for the crime of being as skilled as a goddess, who actually bore this family's own accumulated fury in permanent, irreversible form, and it is worth naming plainly that nobody in these myths ever counted them formally. No register of every nymph pursued, or every mortal woman transformed or destroyed survives from antiquity in any complete or systematic form. Only the scattered individual stories this account has gathered here tonight, fragments preserved because a particular poet found a particular grief especially moving, or a particular transformation especially strange, and so nobody sitting here 25 centuries later can actually say with any real confidence how many women, nameless, and now permanently unrecorded, crossed paths with this family across the whole of its own mythological history and simply vanished from the story without even the dignity of a name attached to their own suffering. And it is worth naming, in the same breath and with the same honesty, that this family also produced, again and again, across the very stories that record its own worst cruelties, genuine tenderness that this account has no wish to erase for the sake of a tidier moral, Demeter's own grief so total that she nearly ended the whole of human civilization rather than accept a daughter's loss, Apollo's own flower grown from a dead friend's blood, Hephaestus's own gift of a lyre traded for stolen cattle, turned within a single conversation into genuine brotherly affection, Dionysus transforming pirates into dolphins when he could as easily have drowned them, Dionysus marrying a heartbroken woman another man had simply left behind on a beach, both currents, cruelty and tenderness, running through this whole family at once, neither one cancelling the other out, and this account is going to leave that same tension standing, unresolved, exactly as the ancient Greeks themselves left it standing across nearly 3,000 years of telling and retelling these same stories without ever once flattening this family into either simple monsters or simple heroes. How anyone still knows any of this at all. It is worth naming plainly exactly where every single story this account has told you tonight actually comes from, because these myths did not arrive in the modern world as a single settled scripture handed down whole from antiquity, but survive instead as a scattered, sometimes contradictory patchwork of individual texts, composed across more than 1,000 years by poets and travel writers and mythographers who each carried their own particular purpose, their own particular audience, and their own particular blind spot into the specific version of these stories they chose to set down. Hesiod, a working farmer poet composing in Boeotia, sometime around the year 700 before the Common Era, gives us, in his own Theogony, the fullest surviving account of this family's own violent origins, Uranos and Cronus, and the whole war against the Titans, a poem written by Hesiod's own account of his own life, by a man considerably more interested in explaining the moral order of a difficult, unforgiving agricultural world than in glorifying any single hero's own adventures, which is very likely why his own Theogony treats this family's own cruelties with such little sentimentality. A farmer's own unromantic eye turned toward gods he clearly believed governed a genuinely harsh universe. Homer, composing the Iliad and the Odyssey in something close to their own final form, probably slightly before or around Hesiod's own lifetime, though the precise dating remains a genuine and long-running scholarly argument this account is not going to pretend is settled, gives us this family not as a set of isolated origin myths, but as active, opinionated participants in a specific human war, Zeus weighing the fates of armies in his own golden scales, Athena and Hera and Poseidon all favouring the Greeks, while Apollo and Ares favour the Trojans, a portrait of the gods considerably more concerned with their own individual favourites and their own individual grudges than with any larger cosmic justice, composed for an audience of aristocratic listeners across the Greek world who valued, above nearly every other quality a poem could offer, the specific glory, the kleos, that came from being remembered in exactly this kind of enduring verse, a bias worth naming because it shapes which gods Homer lingers on, the martial and the politically consequential, and which gods, Demeter and Hephaestus and Dionysus among them, receive comparatively little space in his own two great epics. The Homeric hymns, a collection of shorter poems attributed by ancient convention, rather than by any real certainty of authorship, to Homer himself, though composed by a number of different and mostly anonymous poets across a span of several centuries, give this account some of its own richest individual material. The full story of Demeter and Persephone survives principally through the hymn bearing her own name, and the story of infant Hermes stealing Apollo's cattle survives, in its own fullest and most delightfully detailed form, through the hymn to Hermes, text composed, most scholars believe, specifically for performance at religious festivals honouring the god each hymn addresses, which means each one carries, built directly into its own structure, the specific flattering emphasis a given cult site wanted its own worshippers to hear about its own patron deity. Later sources fill in a great deal that these earliest poets left out or told only in fragments. Apollodorus, a mythographer writing in Greek probably sometime in the 1st or 2nd century of the Common Era, though the text, long attributed to a considerably earlier Athenian scholar of the same name, is now understood by nearly all serious scholars to be the work of a later and largely anonymous compiler, assembled in his own bibliotheca a systematic, genealogically organised summary of nearly the entire body of Greek myth, the single most useful surviving reference for untangling exactly how any two figures in this sprawling family tree actually relate to one another, though his own prose, valuable as it is, reads considerably flatter and considerably less alive than the poetry it summarises, a scholar's own careful index standing in place of any storyteller's own particular voice. Ovid, a Roman poet writing in Latin at the very end of the 1st century before the Common Era and the very beginning of the 1st century after it, gives this account in his own Metamorphoses some of its own most vivid individual scenes, Daphne's own transformation into a laurel tree chief among them, composed for a sophisticated Roman audience living under the still new rule of the Emperor Augustus, and it is worth naming honestly that over its own particular interest in transformation itself, bodies changing shape under emotional or divine pressure, colours nearly every myth he chooses to retell, sometimes adding a psychological interiority to a fleeing nymph's own final moments that the considerably terser Greek originals never attempted to supply. And Pausanias, a Greek travel writer composing in the 2nd century of the Common Era, gives this account something none of the poets above him could offer at all. An eyewitness's own careful city-by-city description of the actual temples, altars and cult statues still standing across Greece in his own lifetime, recording, among a great many other details this account has drawn on tonight, the specific location and character of the Herion at Olympia, the rites practiced at Broron in Artemis's own honour, and the layout of the sanctuary at Eleusis so carefully that he pointedly refuses, out of genuine religious respect, to describe what actually happened inside its own central hall. A silence from a writer otherwise given to exhaustive physical detail that speaks louder than any description could have. It is worth naming plainly, before this account moves on, exactly what all of this means for how confidently a modern listener should hold any single version of these stories, because a myth like Persephone's abduction or Dionysus's own birth was never fixed, the way a modern novel is fixed, into one single authoritative text, but instead existed across the whole of Greek antiquity as a living oral and performative tradition, retold with real and constant variation from region to region, from poet to poet, and from century to century, so that the version this account has told you tonight represents, in every single case, the version that survived most fully and became, over time, the version most widely repeated rather than any single, final, uncontestable truth about what these gods actually did. The same 12 chairs, filled again under different names. It is worth naming plainly exactly what happened to this family once Rome, expanding across the Italian peninsula and eventually across the whole of the Mediterranean world, encountered it directly, because the Romans did not simply admire these 12 gods from a respectful cultural distance, they absorbed them almost entirely in a process modern scholars call interpretatio romana, matching each Olympian to a corresponding figure already present in their own older Italian religious tradition, and then, over the following centuries, allowing the considerably richer and more fully developed Greek mythology this whole night has just walked you through to essentially overwrite whatever older and thinner stories the native Roman gods had previously carried. Zeus became Jupiter, Skyfather and king of the Roman pantheon in turn. Hera became Juno, protector of the Roman state and of marriage in a cult that would eventually give her own name to the month of June. Still, to this day, the most popular month for weddings across a very great many cultures descended from that same Roman calendar. Poseidon became Neptune. Demeter became Ceres, a name that survives directly in the modern English word cereal, describing still the very grain crops she once governed. Athena became Minerva. Apollo, almost uniquely among this family, kept his own Greek name essentially unchanged, worshipped by the Romans simply as Apollo. Artemis became Diana. Ares became Mars, a god the war-minded Roman state actually elevated well above the relatively marginal and unloved position Ares had occupied among the Greeks, giving Mars a considerably more central and considerably more respected place in Roman religion, honoured as the mythical father of Romulus, the city's own legendary founder, a promotion that tells you something genuinely interesting about how differently two cultures could weigh the same underlying divine portfolio, depending on how each one actually felt about war itself. Aphrodite became Venus. claimed by Julius Caesar's own family, the Julii, as their own divine ancestor through Aeneas, the Trojan hero whose own flight from Troy this channel has already followed across another long night. Hephaestus became Vulcan, his own name surviving directly in the modern English word volcano. Hermes became Mercury, a name that gave English both the swift, changeable planet nearest the sun and the word mercurial, describing exactly the kind of quick, unpredictable temperament the god himself embodied. And Dionysus became Bacchus, a name Rome's own more anxious and more conservative senators would come to regard, at least at one especially fraught moment in the middle of the 2nd century before the Common Era, as dangerous enough to the Roman social order that the Senate formally banned the god's own most ecstatic rites, the Bacchanalia, across the whole of Italy, a striking piece of actual surviving Roman legislation, the Senatus Consultum de Bacchanalibus, engraved on bronze and still readable today. That shows a state genuinely alarmed by the same power to dissolve ordinary social restraint this account has already described in Dionysus's own mythological career. It is worth pausing here on what setting this same 12-god family, beside the divine households of other ancient cultures, actually reveals about what makes the Greek version distinctive, because the comparison sharpens in ways a purely internal study of Greek myth alone cannot, exactly what this particular pantheon chose to emphasize. The Egyptians, worshipping a divine family of their own, Osiris and Isis and Set and Horus chief among them, built their own central myth around a murder, dismemberment, and eventual resurrection. Osiris killed and cut into pieces by his own brother Set, painstakingly reassembled by his own wife Isis, and restored, though only partially and only to rule the realm of the dead rather than the living world again, a family drama that centres, in its own way, this account finds genuinely striking, to compare against tonight's own material, considerably more on death, restoration, and the promise of an afterlife than the Greek family this whole night has spent its time with, whose own members were concerned, across nearly every single story this account has told you, considerably more with power, appetite, and status among the living than with any comparable promise of what came after death for the mortals who worshipped them. The Norse gods, by contrast, offer perhaps the starkest possible comparison, because Odin and Thor and Freya and the whole assembled household of Asgard governed a cosmos that carried, built directly into its own mythology from the very start, an explicit and unavoidable expiration date, Ragnarok, the foretold final battle in which the gods themselves, Odin devoured by the wolf Fenrir, Thor killed by the world serpent even as he finally slays it, were fated to die, honestly and completely, alongside nearly the whole of their own created world, a fatalism entirely absent from the Greek family this account has spent tonight with, whose own 12 members faced no comparable foretold ending, ruling instead in a kind of permanent, open-ended present that assumed, unless a given storyteller specifically imagined otherwise, that Zeus's own reign, however troubled by the occasional prophecy of a son who might someday surpass him, would simply continue indefinitely, world without end, a genuinely different relationship to the very idea of divine mortality that says something real about the different anxieties the Greek and Norse worlds each carried into their own storytelling. And it is worth naming briefly the older Mesopotamian traditions that in fact predate every myth this account has told you tonight by well over 1,000 years, because the Babylonian creation epic known as the Enuma Elish, describing the god Marduk's own violent rise to kingship over the older generation of gods led by the primordial goddess Tiamat, offers a structure a careful listener will recognise immediately from tonight's own opening section. A younger, more capable generation of gods overthrowing an older, more primordial one in open warfare and dividing the newly conquered cosmos among the victors, a pattern strikingly similar to the Titanomachy this account described near the very start of tonight's climb, and one that a great many scholars believe reflects genuine, if indirect and heavily reworked, cultural contact and influence flowing from the considerably older civilizations of the Near East into the Greek world across the many centuries before Hesiod ever set his own version of that same succession myth down in verse. A reminder, worth sitting with for a moment, that even a mythology as proudly and distinctly Greek as the one this whole night has walked you through did not spring from nowhere, but grew, like nearly everything else in the ancient Mediterranean world, out of centuries of quiet borrowing and exchange between neighbouring cultures who'd been trading stories, alongside grain and pottery and metal, for longer than any single surviving text can actually document, a family that never actually left. It is worth naming plainly exactly how much of this family this account has spent all night with is still, in one quiet form or another, sitting directly in a modern listener's own daily life, because the 12 chairs Pisistratos raised in stone at the start of tonight's story were never really emptied. They simply changed their own furniture. Look up on a clear night, and 5 of the 7 visible planets still carry this family's own Roman names. Mercury, nearest the sun, swift and changeable exactly as the god himself was. Venus, brightest of them all, named for the goddess of love and beauty. Mars, the red planet named for the god of war whose own colour, blood and rust alike the Romans could not help but notice. Jupiter, largest of them all, named for the king of the gods, and Saturn, ringed and distant, named not for an Olympian at all but for Cronus's own Roman counterpart, the father this whole family eventually overthrew, still circling, appropriately enough, at the very outer edge of what the ancient world could see with the naked eye. Even Zeus's own moons carry this same family's own names in miniature, the 4 largest satellites of the planet Jupiter, discovered by Galileo in 1610, named Io, Europa, Ganymede, and Callisto, after 4 of the very women and 1 cupbearer. This account has already told you Zeus pursued a small, quiet, and almost certainly unintentional monument, hanging in actual orbit around a planet that bears his own Roman name, to exactly the pattern of pursuit this whole night has tried to hold honestly rather than look past. The days of the week, in nearly every language descended from Latin, still walk a listener through this same family in order: Monday for the moon, but Tuesday, Mardi in French, Martes in Spanish, carrying Mars, god of war; Wednesday, Mercredi, Miércoles, carrying Mercury; Thursday, Jeudi, Jueves, carrying Jupiter; and Friday, Vendredi, Vierne, carrying Venus, a weekly calendar that, in the Romance languages at least, still quietly recites 4 members of this family every single time a listener glances at a date. English itself, though it swapped several of these same days for the names of Norse gods, somewhere in its own early medieval history. Tuesday for Tiw, Wednesday for Woden, Thursday for Thor, Friday for Frigg, still carries this family forward in an enormous scattering of ordinary vocabulary a listener uses without ever necessarily connecting it back to Olympus at all. Mercurial, describing a quick, unpredictable temperament, straight from Hermes' own Roman name. Jovial, describing warm good humour, from Jove, another name for Jupiter, born of the old astrological belief that anyone born under that planet's own influence carried its king's own generous nature. Martial, describing anything related to war or combat, from Mars, aphrodisiac, straight from Aphrodite's own name. Volcano and volcanic, from Vulcan's own forge. Museum, from the muses who sang in Apollo's own hall. Panic, from the god Pan, a nature spirit this account has not had occasion to introduce tonight, but whose own sudden irrational terror gave English its own word for exactly that feeling. And Tantalize from Tantalus, a mortal punished in the underworld with food and water forever just out of his own reach. A cousin's story to this whole family's own mythology, rather than a member of it, but one that shares the same ancient root. It's worth naming, too, exactly how thoroughly this same family still populates the shelves of any modern bookstore or the runtime of any modern film and television slate, because a listener does not have to search especially hard in this current decade to find this exact 12-chair household retold yet again in young adult novels that send Zeus's own modern descendants to a summer camp on Long Island, in blockbuster films that send Poseidon's own trident chasing across contemporary Manhattan, in video games that let a player walk this very same mountain in fully rendered detail and fight this very same family's own monsters hand to hand. A genuinely remarkable and genuinely unbroken continuity of storytelling, stretching from a farmer poet composing verse in Boeotia around 700 years before the Common Era, through a young Athenian magistrate raising a stone altar in 522 before it, through Roman poets renaming this family for their own considerably larger empire, all the way to whatever screen, in whatever room, is nearest to wherever you happen to be lying right now, listening to this account walk one more time through a family that has apparently never once run out of listeners willing to climb back up that same mountain with it, a jar opened by a woman built to open it. It is worth pausing now on the single story that ties nearly every member of this family directly to the fate of ordinary humanity itself, because the myth of Pandora, first told in the surviving record by the same farmer poet Hesiod this account has already introduced as a source, was never really a story about one goddess or one god acting alone, but a story built, quite deliberately, out of contributions from an unusually large portion of this family's own 12 chairs, assembled together for the specific purpose of answering a theft committed by a figure who belonged to neither generation cleanly, the Titan Prometheus, cousin to the Olympians, and in most tellings, an ally who had fought on Zeus's own side in the very war against Cronus this account described at the very beginning of tonight's climb. Prometheus, watching the newly created race of mortal men shiver through cold nights without fire, a gift Zeus had specifically withheld from them, stole a single ember hidden inside the hollow stalk of a fennel plant and carried it down from Olympus to give to humanity, an act of open defiance against the king of the gods that this account is not going to pretend was anything less than exactly that. A direct and deliberate theft from Zeus's own household on behalf of a species Zeus himself did not particularly value. Zeus's own retaliation, when it came, fell not on Prometheus alone, though Prometheus's own separate and considerably more famous punishment, bound to a mountain crag while an eagle devoured his own regenerating liver each day, is a story. This account is not going to re-narrate in full detail here, but on humanity itself, and it is worth naming plainly exactly how many members of this family Zeus enlisted to build the specific instrument of that same retaliation. Because Zeus commanded Hephaestus, the same god of the forge this account has already introduced tonight, to shape from clay and water the very first mortal woman, a task Hephaestus completed with the same extraordinary craft he brought to Achilles' own shield and to his own mechanical serving women, and then set the rest of this family to work finishing her, Athena dressing her in silver robes and teaching her fine needlework, Aphrodite pouring grace and a dangerous aching desire over her whole form, Hermes placing in her chest a nature the poet Hesiod describes, without much ambiguity, as deceitful and cunning, and giving her the gift of speech along with it, and the charities and the hooray, the graces and the seasons, crowning her with flowers, until the whole assembled family stood back from a creation they named Pandora, all gifted, a name that sounds, on its own surface, like a blessing, and that this account is going to name plainly as something considerably closer to a trap, a woman built by an entire divine family working in genuine coordinated collaboration for the specific and stated purpose of delivering suffering into a world that had, until that same moment, according to this same myth, known none. Pandora arrived among mortals carrying a great sealed jar, mistranslated across so many centuries of retelling as a box that the box has become, in modern English, the more familiar image, a jar Zeus had expressly forbidden her from ever opening, and it is worth naming honestly exactly how unfair a warning that actually was to give a creature this same family had, only moments before delivering her, built specifically to be curious, deceitful, and impossible to fully trust, because Pandora, whether from the very nature Hermes had planted in her chest, or from an entirely understandable human curiosity any listener tonight might recognize in themselves, eventually lifted the jar's own lid, and out of it flew every evil this myth holds responsible for the whole of human suffering ever since. Sickness, old age, labour, madness, and grief, scattering across the world and settling in for good among a species that had, until that single afternoon, known nothing of any of them, with only one single spirit remaining trapped inside the jar's own rim by the time Pandora, in genuine horror at what she had done, finally slammed the lid back down. Elpis, hope itself, caught, according to Hesiod's own account, either mercifully preserved for humanity's own comfort or, in a considerably bleaker reading some ancient and modern scholars alike have argued for, permanently sealed away from a species that would now need it more than ever and simply could not reach it. An ambiguity this account is not going to resolve for you tonight because the Greek text itself genuinely supports both readings, and Hesiod never once clarifies which one he actually intended. It is worth naming plainly exactly what this same myth tells you about how this family understood its own relationship to the mortals who worshipped it. Because a story in which the entire assembled household of Olympus, working in rare and genuine cooperation, builds a woman specifically designed to punish an entire species. For one Titan's act of generosity reveals a family capable, when sufficiently provoked, of a coordinated cruelty considerably colder and more calculated than any single god's own individual jealousy or wounded pride. The same 12 chairs that could not agree across story after story this whole night has told you on almost anything else, standing together without apparent hesitation the moment humanity itself needed punishing. And it is worth naming too, in fairness, that this same myth exists alongside an older and gentler tradition preserved by other ancient sources, describing an original golden age under Cronus' own earlier rule, a time before Pandora's jar was ever opened, when mortals lived, according to Hesiod's own separate account of the 5 ages of man, without sorrow or toil, feasting on food the earth gave freely and dying, when their own long lives finally ended, as gently as falling asleep. A paradise this family's own rise to power, and the punishment this account has just described, brought permanently to a close, so that the story of Pandora reads, taken as a whole, not merely as one goddess's own single act of curiosity, but as the hinge on which the entire human condition, work and sickness and grief, and, perhaps, one small trapped and permanently ambiguous hope, first swung shut. The one war this whole family actually fought together. It's worth naming plainly that for all the private quarrels this account has walked you through tonight, the binding of Zeus in his own sleep, Hera's own decades of vengeance, Poseidon's own flooded plain, this family faced at least once in its own long mythological history a threat serious enough to set every one of those private grievances aside and fight, all 12 of them together, on the very same side, and the story of that single shared war deserves its own place here tonight, because it says something genuinely important about what this family could still manage when its own survival, rather than its own pride, was actually at stake. Gaia, the earth herself, furious at how her own Titan children had been cast down into Tartarus after the war, this account described at the very start of tonight's climb, raised up a new generation of monstrous warriors, the giants, born from the blood that had fallen on her own body when Uranos was first castrated, enormous, serpent-legged, and armed for a war of open revenge against the whole Olympian order, and it was Gaia herself, according to the version of the story preserved most fully by the mythographer Apollodorus, who'd learned of a single crucial weakness in the giants' own design, and moved to protect them from it, a herb that would render them immune to any weapon a god alone could wield, which she set out to find and administer to her own new children before the battle could even properly begin. Zeus, learning of this same weakness in turn, forbade the sun, the moon, and the dawn from shining at all until he himself could search out and destroy every last stalk of the herb Gaia was racing to find, plunging the whole world into darkness for as long as the search required. And it was this same weakness, a god alone could not kill a giant, that forced this entire proud and quarrelsome family into the one genuine and lasting act of humility this whole night's story has to offer. Because Zeus, learning that only a mortal hero fighting alongside the gods could actually finish what the gods themselves had started, summoned Heracles, his own son by the mortal woman Alcmene, and the same demigod this account has already told you Hera hounded across the whole of his own difficult life, to fight beside this family in the war that followed, the Gigantomachy, a battle fought across the whole of the Greek world, Athena crushing the giant Enceladus beneath the entire island of Sicily, the volcano of Mount Etna still, according to the myth, marking the spot where his own trapped furious breath continues to rise from beneath the rock to this very day, Poseidon breaking off a whole piece of the island of Kos and hurling it down onto the giant polybotes to form the smaller island of Nissyros, Hermes, wearing Hades' own helm of invisibility borrowed for the occasion, slipping unseen through the battle to kill the giant Hippolytus, and Heracles himself, mortal among immortals, delivering the final finishing blow to giant after giant that the gods' own divine weapons alone could wound but never actually kill. It is worth naming plainly exactly what this same war reveals about this family that so much of tonight's own story has already shown you turning on itself. Because a household capable of chaining its own king, of throwing its own newborn son from a mountain, of hunting its own siblings' lovers across the whole width of the known world, proved, when a genuine external threat finally arrived, capable of fighting as a single coordinated unit, accepting, without any of the wounded royal pride this account has already shown you Poseidon nursing across so many other stories, that they needed a mortal's own help to finish what they could not finish alone. A rare and genuinely instructive moment of this family choosing, for once, cooperation over competition, and one this account is naming here deliberately as a counterweight to everything. The both hands reflection earlier tonight was honest enough to name as well, because a family this capable of standing together when the stakes were finally high enough was never actually incapable of it, only, across story after ordinary story, unwilling. A second story for every chair before this account lets the family go. It is worth climbing back around this same table one more time before tonight's story starts its own long walk down the mountain, not to repeat anything already told, but to add to each of these 12 names one further story this account has not yet had occasion to tell, because a family this old rarely leaves any of its own members with only a single tale attached to their name, and a fuller portrait of this whole household deserves at least a second glimpse at each of the faces gathered around it. Zeus's own reign, this account has already shown you, began in violence and continued in appetite, But it was Zeus too who very nearly ended the whole of humanity a second time, in a flood myth that echoes in ways worth naming. Both the Mesopotamian tradition this account has already told you likely shaped the Greek imagination, and the older Golden Age this account described in the section on Pandora. Because Zeus, disgusted by the sheer wickedness of the Bronze Age of men that followed Pandora's own open jar, particularly by the impious cruelty of a king named Lycaon, who, in the myth's own darkest single detail, served Zeus a meal of human flesh to test whether his own guest was truly divine, sent a flood across the whole of the earth to drown that entire corrupted generation, sparing only 2 mortals, a pious man named Deucalion and his own wife Hera, who survived by building a wooden chest at the advice of Prometheus, Deucalion's own father, and who, once the waters finally receded, were instructed by an oracle to throw the bones of their own mother behind them as they walked, a riddle Deucalion solved by understanding their mother to mean the earth itself, and her bones to mean the stones scattered across it, so that every stone Deucalion threw became a man, and every stone Pyrrha threw became a woman, repopulating the whole of Greece from a single surviving couple, and a scattering of ordinary rock. Hera's own jealousy, already thoroughly documented across tonight's own telling, produced one further and rather more visually striking punishment worth naming here, because when Zeus transformed the nymph Io into a heifer to hide her from his own wife's notice, Hera, seeing through the disguise immediately, demanded the heifer as a gift and set to guard her a giant named Argus Panoptes, all-seeing, whose own body was covered, according to the myth, in 100 watchful eyes, of which only a portion ever slept at any one time, making escape for the transformed and terrified Io essentially impossible, until Zeus sent Hermes to free her, and Hermes, in the same spirit of clever, patient cunning this account has already shown you defined his entire character, lulled every one of Argus's 100 eyes to sleep with slow music and a long, unhurried story before finally killing him, and Hera, grieving the loyal guardian she had lost, gathered up his 100 eyes and set them into the tail feathers of her own sacred bird, the peacock, a bird that still, to this day, carries a giant's own watchfulness spread across its own feathers every time it opens its own tail to display. Poseidon's own second story is one this account has held back until now, specifically because it belongs, in fairness and in honesty, beside Athena's rather than beside his own earlier introduction, because it was in one of Athena's own temples that Poseidon assaulted the mortal priestess Medusa, and it was Athena, in the version of this myth most widely told and most troubling for exactly the reason it is troubling, who punished not the god responsible, but the mortal woman violated inside her own sacred space, transforming Medusa's once famous beauty into a face so monstrous that any living creature who looked upon it directly turned instantly to stone, a punishment this account named already in its own earlier and gentler form when Perseus received Athena's own polished shield to defeat the very monster the goddess herself had made, and one this account is naming again here, plainly because it belongs on the same ledger as every other injustice this whole night has already asked you to weigh. The powerful god unpunished, the powerless mortal woman transformed and hunted, and the goddess who might have intervened, choosing instead to compound the harm rather than confront the brother who caused it. Demeter's own grief for Persephone, this account has already told you in full, but Demeter left behind one further gift worth naming before this account moves on, because in gratitude to an Eleusinian family who had sheltered her, in her own guise as an old woman, during the long search for her daughter, Demeter taught their own son Triptolemus the secret of agriculture itself, sowing and cultivating grain, and sent him out across the whole of the known world in a chariot drawn by winged serpents, to teach that same knowledge to every mortal community he passed. A myth that gave the goddess of the harvest her own civilizing hero, spreading quite literally the seed of settled agricultural life to every corner of the earth her own grief had once starved. Athena's own second story returns this account to Hephaestus, because when the god of the forge, still unmarried in some versions of this family's own tangled timeline, attempted to force himself upon Athena in her own workshop, she fought him off, and in the struggle that followed his own release fell instead onto the earth itself, impregnating Gaia, who bore from that single moment a child named Erichthonius, part serpent in some tellings, whom Athena, feeling a genuine and unexpected responsibility toward a child born from her own narrowly avoided assault, raised in secret herself, hiding him inside a covered basket she entrusted to the daughters of the Athenian king Thecrops, with the single strict instruction never to look inside. An instruction two of the three sisters broke and were driven mad by the sight of the serpent child within, and, in most versions, threw themselves from the Acropolis in their own resulting terror. A myth this account is naming honestly as one more instance in which curiosity, forbidden by a god and disobeyed by a mortal, ends in catastrophe, an echo worth noting of Pandora's own jar told here in an entirely different key. Apollo's own gentler stories, Hyacinthus and the invention of the lyre, sit beside a considerably harsher one worth naming honestly, because when the satyr Marsyas, having found a discarded flute that Athena herself had invented, and then thrown away in disgust upon seeing how it distorted her own face when played, grew skilled enough on the instrument to challenge Apollo himself to a musical contest, the god accepted on the single, brutal condition that the winner could do whatever he wished to the loser, and Apollo, winning the contest through a judge's ruling many ancient listeners found genuinely dubious, had Marsyas bound to a tree and flayed alive, his own skin stripped entirely from his body, a punishment so disproportionate to a satyr's own simple, prideful challenge that later Greek and Roman artists returned to the scene again and again specifically to interrogate exactly how far a wounded god's own vanity could be allowed to travel unchecked. Artemis's own fierce protectiveness of her mother Leto, already established in this account's own telling of her birth, produced one further story worth naming, because when the Theban queen Niobe boasted that her own 14 children made her a mother superior to Leto, who had borne only 2, Apollo and Artemis together, in a rare moment of genuinely coordinated sibling action, descended and killed every one of Niobe's own children with their arrows, Apollo striking down her sons and Artemis her daughters, leaving the grieving queen turned, in the myth's own final image, into a weeping stone on a mountainside, water running eternally down her own face. A punishment this account is naming plainly as another instance of this family answering a mortal's pride with a cruelty far beyond any reasonable proportion to the offence. Aphrodite's own second story offers, for once, something genuinely tender to close this recap's own darker turns, because when the sculptor Pygmalion, disillusioned with mortal women, carved an ivory statue of such extraordinary beauty that he fell hopelessly in love with his own creation, Aphrodite, moved by the sincerity of a prayer he offered at her own festival, brought the statue to life as a woman named Galatea, granting the one wish in this entire family's own long catalogue of romantic entanglements that actually left both parties genuinely happy, though it is worth naming, in the same breath, the story of Adonis, a beautiful mortal youth Aphrodite loved deeply, and who was killed by a wild boar. Some versions of the myth attribute to a jealous Ares, Aphrodite's own lover. This account has already introduced, grieving so completely over his own death that the anemone flower is said to have sprung up from the very blood he spilled, love and jealousy and grief running, once again through the very same story. Hephaestus's own workshop, this account has already told you, produced automatons, weapons and jewellery beyond counting, and it is worth naming briefly that this same forge was said to sit beneath the volcanic island of Lemnos, and, in later tradition, beneath Mount Etna itself, worked alongside the Cyclopes, the same one-eyed giants who had once given Zeus his thunderbolt, their own hammer blows against the mountain's own molten rock, offered by the ancient Greeks and Romans alike as the literal explanation for every rumble and every eruption a listener standing near that same mountain might ever feel underfoot. Hermes' own cleverness, already established at his own birth, extended into fatherhood as well, because Hermes was said, in one widely told tradition, to be the father of Pan, the goat-legged god of the wild and of shepherds, born, according to this same story, so startlingly strange in appearance that his own mortal mother fled from him at the very sight of her newborn son, and it was Pan's own sudden, causeless terror, startling flocks and travellers alike in the wild places he haunted, that gave this account, and gave English itself, the word panic, one more small piece of this family's own vocabulary still sitting, unnoticed, inside a listener's own everyday speech. And Dionysus, this account's own final chair at the table, left behind one further story that has outlasted nearly every other single myth in this whole family's long history in sheer everyday familiarity. Because when King Midas of Phrygia showed kindness to Dionysus's own drunken companion Silenus, found wandering lost in his own garden, Dionysus offered the king any single wish he desired in gratitude, and Midas, in a request the god granted with visible reluctance, asked that everything he touched turn to gold, a gift that turned, within a single day, from fortune into horror, as Midas's own food and wine hardened uselessly the moment it touched his own lips, and as his own beloved daughter, embraced without thinking in a father's own ordinary affection, turned to solid, lifeless gold beneath his own hands, a catastrophe. Dionysus, moved by genuine pity rather than any wish to prolong the king's own suffering, reversed by sending him to wash the golden touch away in the waters of the river Pactolus, a story that has given the English language still its own shorthand for exactly the danger of getting precisely what you asked for. A boy taken from a hillside and a giant made to hold up the sky. It is worth naming two further stories before this account turns toward its own close, because both of them sit slightly apart from any single god's own chapter tonight and belong, more properly, to the family as a whole, and to the specific cost this whole night has already shown you that family's own power, so often extracted from whoever stood nearest to it. The first concerns Ganymede, a mortal Trojan prince tending his own father's flocks on the slopes of Mount Ida, when Zeus, struck by his own beauty, transformed himself into an eagle, exactly as he had once transformed himself into a bull for Europa and a swan for Leda, and carried the boy bodily up to Olympus, where Ganymede was made cupbearer to the gods. Pouring nectar in the roll, this account has already told you Hebe once filled, a position of genuine honour by the standards of that same mountain court, and one Zeus compensated Ganymede's own grieving father for with a gift of magnificent horses, as though a herd of animals could reasonably answer for the permanent loss of a son carried off without any warning at all. And it is worth naming plainly that Ganymede's own abduction, like Europa's and Callisto's before him, sits on the very same ledger this account has already asked you to keep honestly across tonight's whole telling. A mortal life reordered entirely at a god's own sudden whim, softened in the retelling by the genuine splendour of the position Ganymede received, but never actually asked for. The second story belongs to Atlas, a titan who had fought, in the war this account described at the very start of tonight's climb, on the losing side against Zeus and his own siblings, and who received, as his own particular punishment once that war was finally over, not imprisonment in Tartarus alongside the great majority of his own generation, but a labour considerably more visible and considerably more endless. Condemned to stand at the western edge of the world and hold the whole weight of the sky itself upon his own shoulders, forever, so that it would never again fall and crush the earth beneath it. A punishment this account is naming here, deliberately, as one final image of exactly what it cost to lose to this family, because Atlas's own sentence carried no possibility of parole, no eventual release the way Prometheus, this account has already told you, would eventually receive from Heracles' own hand only an unbroken eternity of bearing, alone and in total silence, the one burden that every single Olympian gathered at that mountain table above him never had to carry even once, a single golden apple, and the three goddesses it turned against each other. It is worth returning now, in fuller detail than this account offered earlier tonight, to the one moment in this whole mythology in which three of this family's own most powerful goddesses were set directly against one another by a single object, small enough to fit inside a mortal hand, because the golden apple that would eventually deliver Helen to Paris and Paris's own Troy to a decade of siege began at a wedding. None of this family had actually been invited to attend without incident. Eris, goddess of discord, arrived uninvited at the marriage of the mortal hero Peleus and the sea nymph Thetis, the very union this account has already told you. Zeus and Poseidon arranged specifically to avoid the prophecy hanging over her own unborn son, and, furious at being excluded from the celebration, rolled a single golden apple inscribed with the words "for the fairest" into the middle of the assembled banquet and departed, leaving Hera, Athena and Aphrodite each to claim the apple and the title it promised as her own. Zeus, unwilling to judge so dangerous a contest himself, and risk the lasting resentment of two goddesses however he ruled, delegated the decision to Paris, a Trojan prince living at that point in the story as an unknowing shepherd on Mount Ida, the very same mountain slope this account has just told you Ganymede was taken from, and each goddess, arriving before him, offered a bribe rather than trusting her own beauty alone to win the judgment. Hera promising him kingship over the whole of Asia, Athena promising him wisdom and unmatched skill in war, and Aphrodite promising him the love of the most beautiful mortal woman alive, a promise this account has already told you Paris accepted, awarding Aphrodite the apple and earning, in that same instant, the permanent and undying enmity of both Hera and Athena, who would go on, across the 10 years of war that followed Paris's own theft of Helen from her husband Menelaus, to fight with everything in their own considerable power on the Greek side arrayed against Paris's own city, a single shepherd's decision on a quiet mountainside setting two of the most powerful goddesses in this entire family permanently against the woman who had won, and the city that sheltered him, until nothing of that city was left standing at all. It is worth naming briefly one further story that shows this family's own capacity for cruelty falling, for once, on a figure who had done nothing at all except witness something he was never meant to see, because the seer Tiresias, walking one day upon a mountain, came across two serpents mating and struck them with his own staff, a transgression that saw him transformed instantly into a woman for 7 years before a second encounter with the same serpents returned him to his own original form. And it was this same unusual experience, having lived as both a man and a woman, that led Zeus and Hera, in the middle of some private disagreement of their own, to summon Tiresias and ask him, since he alone among mortals could answer honestly, which sex actually experienced greater pleasure in the act of love. And when Tiresias answered that a woman's own pleasure exceeded a man's nearly tenfold, Hera, furious at an answer that had sided against her, struck him blind on the spot, a punishment Zeus, unable to undo what his own wife had already done, softened only by granting Tiresias the gift of prophecy in compensation, a story worth naming here as one final, smaller illustration of exactly how quickly this family's own private quarrels could still fall without warning on whichever mortal happened to be standing nearest when the argument broke out. The ordinary hands that actually kept this family fed. It's worth turning now away from kings and queens and stolen cattle and golden apples toward the considerably less famous people whose own quiet daily devotion actually kept this whole family's own worship alive across the many centuries this account has already walked you through tonight, because the myths themselves, however dramatic, were never the whole of what this family meant to the ordinary Greek man or woman who lived, worked and prayed beneath Olympus rather than upon it. Consider a woman named Phano, whose own name survives today only because it was carved, along with a short formulaic prayer, into a small marble votive plaque unearthed at Eleusis, a plaque she or her own family paid a stonecutter to dedicate to Demeter and Persephone, together in thanks for a safe childbirth. One among literally thousands of such small, private inscriptions scattered across museum collections throughout Greece today, each one a fragment of an entire life this account will never know anything more about. A woman whose own single surviving trace in the historical record is a short prayer of gratitude to two goddesses whose own myth of grief and reunion this account has already told you in full. Consider too the specific and genuinely demanding profession of the Pythia, the priestess who served, generation after generation, as the living mouthpiece of Apollo's own oracle at Delphi, a position that required a woman, typically past the age of childbearing, by the classical period out of concern for her own propriety, while seated alone before male petitioners, to enter, on fixed days of the religious calendar, a trance state ancient sources describe with real and vivid physical detail, seated on a bronze tripod positioned directly above a fissure in the temple's own rock, breathing vapours that modern geological surveys have since confirmed do genuinely rise from a fault line running directly beneath the sanctuary, and delivering, in that same trance, pronouncements a temple priest would then render into the famously ambiguous hexameter verse, for which the oracle became legendary across the whole of the ancient world. A woman who spent, across the whole span of her own working life, a genuinely singular career channeling a god's own voice for kings, generals and ordinary citizens alike, who had travelled, in many cases, considerable distances and considerable expense for the privilege of a single cryptic answer. Consider as well the specific and genuinely moving practice of the Olympic victor, because an athlete who won a crown of wild olive at the Games, held every 4 years in Zeus's own honour at Olympia, returned home to a reception that treated his own victory as a genuine gift from the god himself, rather than a purely personal achievement, entering his own home city in some documented cases not through the ordinary gate, but through a section of the city wall specially broken open for the occasion, a symbolic statement that a city graced by a god's own favour needed no wall at that single point, a triumphal ode commissioned in his own honour from a professional poet, Pindar most famously among them, and a portion of his own victory permanently credited in the poem's own opening lines. To Zeus's own grace rather than to his own training and effort alone, a genuinely different relationship between mortal achievement and divine favour than a modern listener, accustomed to crediting an athlete's own individual talent and discipline, might immediately expect. And consider finally the ordinary household altar this account has already described earlier tonight, standing in the courtyard of a home belonging to no one famous enough for any ancient historian to have ever recorded their own name, where a family gathered, evening after evening across an entire ordinary lifetime, to pour a small libation, a few drops of wine set aside before the family's own meal began, first to Hestia at the hearth itself, and then, depending on the specific occasion, to whichever member of this family's own 12 chairs seemed most relevant to whatever that particular day had brought. A safe journey, a healthy birth, a good harvest, a returning soldier. Thousands upon thousands of these same small, private, and now entirely unrecorded moments of devotion sustaining, across nearly 1,000 years of continuous practice, the very same family whose own dramatic and often troubling myths this account has spent the whole of tonight telling you in considerably fuller and more memorable detail than any single one of these ordinary worshippers ever received in return. What might have gone differently at nearly every turn? It is worth pausing too on how much of this whole family's own story actually turned, at one critical juncture after another, on the narrowest possible margin of chance rather than on any inevitable design. Because a listener who has followed this account all the way from Uranus to Dionysus's own marriage on Naxos has been following, in truth, a chain of events that could very easily have broken in an entirely different direction at almost any single link along it. If Rhea had not managed to reach Crete before giving birth to her own sixth child, if the substituted stone had not fooled Cronus even for the single moment it needed to, there is no Zeus, no war against the Titans, no thunderbolt, no throne for this whole family to ever gather round in the first place, the entire mythology. This account has spent all night telling you resting, at its own very origin, on one mother's own desperate flight succeeding by the narrowest possible margin. If Metis's second child, the son prophecy warned would surpass his own father, had been born before Zeus learned to fear him, the entire order of Olympus, this account has described tonight, might have turned over in a single generation more, a different king on that central throne, a different family arranged around those same 12 chairs, and it is worth naming plainly that Zeus's own swallowing of Metis was not some inevitable, foreordained act of cosmic law, but a single panicked decision made by a specific god at a specific moment, one he could, in principle, have made differently, exactly as Cronus, one generation earlier, could have chosen not to swallow his own children at all, and simply risked whatever the prophecy actually held for him. If the postmaster of this whole story's own smaller, more human turning points had gone unnoticed, and this account is thinking here of Helios, the sun god who alone witnessed Persephone's own abduction, and who alone chose to tell her grieving mother the truth of what had happened to her, Demeter might have searched the whole of the earth forever, without ever learning where her own daughter had actually gone, and the famine this account described earlier tonight, already severe enough to threaten the whole of humanity with extinction, might never have ended at all, the seasons this same myth explains never settling into their own now familiar rhythm, because one single god, watching from his own daily path across the sky, happened to choose honesty over silence. And it is worth naming finally that even the very seat of Dionysus at that 12-chair table this whole night has spent circling depended on a chain of chance nearly as narrow as any of the others, because had Semele not been tricked by a disguised Hera into demanding to see Zeus in his own full glory, had Zeus not been bound by an oath he could not break, had he not managed, in the single desperate instant before her own body burned to ash, to save the unborn child she carried, there is no twice-born god at all, no wine, no theatre, no ecstatic release from ordinary human restraint. The whole of that particular gift to humanity, resting on a father's own reflexes in a single burning moment, none of the sources describe as anything other than genuinely, narrowly, catastrophically close. Let us walk back through the whole of it, one more time, from the very beginning, because a family this large and this old is easy to lose track of if it is only ever met one chair at a time, and it deserves, before tonight's story finally lets it go, to be held once, completely, in a single unbroken line. It began with Uranus, the sky, and Gaia, the earth, and a father so afraid of the children his own body kept producing that he shut them away inside their own mother, rather than let them see daylight, until Gaia armed her own son Cronus with a sickle and set him in ambush, and the throne that resulted from that first act of violence passed, within a single generation, into the hands of a son who had learned, from his own father's example, only one lesson, that a child could unseat a king, and who answered that lesson by swallowing every child his own wife Rhea bore him, Hestia and Demeter and Hera and Hades and Poseidon, vanishing down his own throat one after another, until Rhea, carrying a sixth child, fled to a cave on Crete and handed her own husband a stone in swaddling clothes instead, and the son that same substitution saved grew up in hiding, gathered his own restored siblings around him, once he had freed them by trickery from inside their own father's body, fought a 10-year war against the whole of the Titan generation with the help of freed giants who gave him a thunderbolt, and cast his own father down into a pit 9 days deep, and drew lots with his own 2 brothers for a universe he had just finished conquering, taking the sky for himself and leaving the sea to Poseidon and the dead to Hades. And it was, under that same king, Zeus, ruling from a mountain wrapped permanently in cloud and eternal spring, that every single other story this whole night has told you actually took place. It was Zeus who married his own sister Hera, and spent the whole of that marriage chasing other women across the width of the known world, while Hera, unable to reach the husband actually responsible for her own grief, turned her own fury downward instead, onto Io and Callisto and Semele and Leto, and onto Heracles most cruelly of all, a queen whose own public worship as protector of marriage sat in permanent, unresolved tension with a private mythology built almost entirely out of her own husband's betrayals. It was Poseidon, resentful of a throne he felt should have weighed more equally against his own brothers, who created the horse, who shook the earth in fury when a city chose an olive tree over his own offered spring, and who chased his own sister Demeter across the earth in a shape she could not escape even by becoming a mare herself. It was Demeter, that same sister, whose own daughter Persephone was pulled down into the underworld with her own father's silent consent, whose own grief nearly ended the whole of human civilization, before Hermes negotiated a compromise built on 6 swallowed pomegranate seeds, and whose own reunion with her daughter each spring still explains, in the plainest terms a farmer could ever ask for, why the fields go quiet each winter and green again every year that follows it. It was Athena who arrived already grown and already armed from a headache Zeus suffered after swallowing her own mother whole, who outthought Ares in every contest of actual war, who gave Athens an olive tree and a spider a permanent grudge, who guided Odysseus home across 10 years of open water, and armed Perseus against a monster her own family's own violence had helped create in the first place. It was Apollo who killed a serpent to claim Delphi, and spent centuries afterwards speaking through a priestess, breathing vapour from a crack in the rock, who chased a nymph until she chose to become a tree rather than be caught by him, who grieved a dead friend into a flower, and who flayed a satyr alive for the crime of losing a contest of music. It was Artemis, born moments before her own twin brother and helping deliver him within that same hour, who asked her own father for nothing but mountains and freedom, who turned a man into a stag for the accident of seeing her bathe, and who stood beside her own brother, arrows in hand, to answer a queen's own boast about her own 14 children with a single afternoon of coordinated slaughter. It was Ares who loved war for its own sake and earned, for exactly that reason, his own father's open contempt, who lost to his own half-sister Athena more than once, and to a mortal spear on at least one occasion besides, and who was caught, naked and humiliated, in a net his own rival's husband built with his own hands. It was Aphrodite, born either from a nymph's gentle parentage or from the sea foam gathered around a father's severed body, depending on which storyteller you believed, who was married against her own preference to a husband she never chose, who handed a golden apple's own verdict to a shepherd in exchange for another man's wife, and who also, in her own gentler hours, brought a sculptor's ivory statue to life and forgave a man who had once tried and failed to keep her heart. It was Hephaestus, thrown from the height of Olympus by his own mother for the crime of being born differently than she expected, who built a golden throne to trap the very woman who had rejected him, who forged shields and thunderbolts and mechanical women with voices of their own, and who married in the end the very goddess who would go on to betray him in that same bronze net. It was Hermes who stole cattle on the day of his own birth, and talked his own way out of the theft with nothing but wit, who guided the dead down to his uncle's kingdom and negotiated a daughter's own release back out of it, who lulled 100 watchful eyes to sleep with a story and left them scattered, afterward, across a peacock's own tail. It was Dionysius, twice born from a mother who burned and a father's own thigh, hunted by a stepmother's hatred before he had even finished being born, who discovered wine while wandering half-mad through foreign deserts, who tore a king apart through his own mother's hands when that king refused him honour, who turned a fortune-hungry man's own touch to gold, and then, out of genuine pity, took the gift back again, and who found a heartbroken woman abandoned on a beach by another man entirely, and chose, for once in this whole family's own long history, simply to stay. And it was this same family, all 12 of them together, chairs filled at last around a single table on a mountain in northern Greece, who stood shoulder to shoulder for the one and only time this whole night has shown you them standing together, when Gaia's own new children rose up in fury over the Titans cast down into Tartarus, and who needed in the end a mortal son's own 2 hands to finish what their own combined immortal strength could not finish alone. A family capable, when it actually mattered, of exactly the unity it so rarely bothered to offer each other across every other single story this whole long night has just walked you through. 3 old women who answer to no one, not even Zeus himself. It is worth naming, before this account turns toward its own final descent, the one power in this entire mythology that even the king of Olympus himself was never fully able to overrule. Because behind every prophecy this whole night has already shown you shaping this family's own decisions, Cronus swallowing his own children, Zeus swallowing Metis, Zeus and Poseidon both stepping carefully around Thetis, stood the Moirai, the 3 fates, Clotho who spun the thread of a given life, Lachesis who measured out its own length, and Atropos who cut it, at the appointed moment, with a single stroke of her own shears, 3 goddesses considerably older than the Olympians themselves, born, in most tellings, directly from primordial night rather than from any branch of this family's own tangled tree, and answerable, according to nearly every surviving source, to no one at all, not to Zeus's own thunderbolt, not to Poseidon's own trident, not to any threat or bribe this family's own considerable power could otherwise bring to bear on almost anything else in the whole of the created universe. It is worth naming, plainly, exactly what this same detail tells you about the actual limits of the power this whole night has spent so long describing, because a king capable of swallowing a wife whole to avoid a prophesied son, capable of ending an entire race of giants, capable of striking down mortals and gods alike with a single bolt from a clear sky, could not, according to the plain testimony of the Iliad itself, save his own beloved son Sarpedon from a death fate had already measured out for him on the plains before Troy, weeping over the decision, Homer tells us, and asking Hera whether he might simply lift his son bodily out of the battle and carry him home to safety instead, only to be told, gently but without any real room for negotiation, that a fate already set could not be unset even by the god who ruled the sky. It hung beneath, A moment worth sitting with for exactly as long as it takes to notice that the single most powerful figure in this entire family's own mythology, across every single story this account has told you tonight, was still, underneath every thunderbolt and every swallowed rival, subject to a law he had no part in writing and no power at all to overturn. The doors of that mountain opened rarely and always from below. It is worth naming, too, the handful of mortals across this whole mythology who did not simply worship this family from a respectful distance, but were actually in the end welcomed up through those same cloud gates to sit, in some fashion, among them, because the boundary between mortal and immortal that this whole night has treated as largely fixed did, on rare and specific occasions, open from the mortal side as well as from the divine. Heracles, this account has already told you, fought beside the whole family in the war against the giants, was granted, upon his own eventual death, a place among the gods themselves, his own mortal portion burned away on a funeral pyre, while his own immortal portion, inherited from Zeus, ascended to Olympus, where he was reconciled at last with Hera, the very goddess who had hunted him across the whole of his own difficult life, and given Hebe, goddess of youth, as his own immortal wife, a genuinely startling ending for a hero whose own entire mortal existence had been shaped by one goddess's own inherited fury. Ariadne, this account has already told you, was found weeping on a beach and married by Dionysus, was raised, upon her own death, to live among the gods forever at her own husband's side. Her own bridal crown set among the stars as the constellation Corona Borealis, and the Dioscuri, Castor and Pollux, twin brothers born to Leda under circumstances this account has already touched on in the section on Zeus, one of them mortal and one of them immortal, by the accident of two different fathers sharing a single womb, chose, when mortal Castor finally died, to share Pollux's own immortality between them, rather than be permanently separated, spending alternating days, in the version of the myth most widely told, one below among the dead, and one above among the gods, a bond of brotherhood the ancient Greeks honoured ever afterward, as the very pattern of loyalty a good soldier owed the man fighting beside him. It is worth naming, honestly, exactly how rare these same welcomes actually were set against the enormous number of mortal lives this whole night has already shown you this family touched, pursued, punished, or simply discarded along the way. A mountain whose own gates opened, by the plain testimony of the myths themselves, for perhaps a handful of names across the whole of this mythology's long history, against a far longer and far less celebrated list of women turned into trees and bears and spiders, of men flayed and torn apart and turned to stone, and this account is naming that same imbalance here, plainly, one final time, not to diminish the genuine warmth of Heracles' own reconciliation or Ariadne's own crown among the stars, but because a fair accounting of any family requires holding its rare, genuine tenderness in the very same hand as its far more common cruelty, and setting the two down together, honestly, rather than letting the one soften or excuse the other. A family carved in marble long after the stories that made them were already old. It is worth naming plainly exactly where a modern listener can still stand, in the most literal physical sense, before genuine ancient depictions of this family, because the stories this whole night has told you were never confined to poetry alone, but were carved, painted, and cast in bronze across the whole of the ancient Mediterranean world in a visual tradition every bit as rich and every bit as consequential as the verse this account has already walked you through. The east pediment of the Parthenon itself, badly damaged today and missing its own central figures entirely, once depicted the birth of Athena from her own father's head in the very moment this account described earlier tonight, while the west pediment, facing the city's own main entrance, depicted the contest between Athena and Poseidon for patronage of the city, the goddess's own olive tree and the god's own salt spring frozen forever in marble at the exact instant of that same disputed judgment, a monumental civic statement carved directly onto the most important temple in the whole of Athens, declaring for every visitor who ever climbed the Acropolis to see it exactly which god the city had chosen and exactly why. Further south and considerably later, the Pergamon altar, built by the kings of Pergamon in Asia Minor sometime in the 2nd century before the Common Era, and today reconstructed inside a museum in Berlin, carries around its own base a frieze of such extraordinary scale and violence that it remains, even now, one of the single most physically overwhelming survivals of ancient sculpture anywhere in the world. Depicting the very gigantomachy this account described earlier tonight in exhaustive, writhing, larger-than-life detail, Athena gripping a serpent-legged giant by his own hair, while his own mother Gaia rises from the very stone of the altar itself to plead uselessly for her own doomed child's life. A single carved gesture that captures, better than any poem this account has quoted from tonight, the specific horror of a mother watching her own children die in a war she herself had started. And it is worth naming too the sheer ordinary abundance of this same family's own image on red figure and black figure pottery, tens of thousands of surviving vases and cups and wine-mixing bowls, produced across centuries by working Athenian craftsmen for entirely ordinary household use, painted with scenes from nearly every myth this account has told you tonight. Heracles wrestling a lion, Zeus pursuing Europa, Dionysus reclining amid vines and satyrs, so that an ordinary Greek family drinking wine at an entirely ordinary dinner would very likely have found some fragment of this whole mythology painted directly onto the very cup they were drinking from. A household not every worshipper could equally approach. It is worth naming honestly, before this account turns fully toward its own close, that this family's own worship, for all its own genuine civic grandeur, was never actually offered on equal terms to every single person who might have wished to approach it, because the same Athenian democracy that funded the Parthenon and staged the city Dionysia's own tragic competitions also barred women entirely from holding public political office, and in a great many specific cults restricted a woman's own religious participation to particular festivals and particular roles set aside for her. Priestesshoods, certainly, genuinely prestigious and genuinely powerful within their own defined sphere, but never the same broad civic authority a man might exercise through the very same religious calendar. The enslaved population of the ancient Greek world, numbering, by some modern estimates, close to a third of the total population of a city like Athens at the height of its own power, was permitted to participate in a number of religious festivals, the Anthesteria in Dionysus's own honour, most notably among them, and yet remained excluded from full civic religious life, in ways that mirrored exactly their own total exclusion from political citizenship. A household of 12 gods that a great many of the very people labouring to build their temples, weave their robes, and tend their sacrificial animals could approach only ever partially and never as an equal. It is worth naming too that this same unevenness extended to specific sanctuaries themselves, because the sanctuary at Eleusis, genuinely remarkable for admitting any Greek-speaking initiate regardless of gender or free or enslaved status, stood as a notable exception precisely because it was an exception. A great many other cult sites across Greece restricting entry by citizenship, by gender, or by a specific and sometimes genuinely arbitrary local custom no surviving source fully explains, so that a fair accounting of this family's own worship, exactly like the fair accounting this account has already insisted on giving the myths themselves, requires naming plainly that a household honoured in its own grandest civic monuments as belonging to an entire city or an entire nation was never in the actual daily practice of that same worship quite so evenly open to every single person living beneath it. A winged son who fell in love with the one thing he was never supposed to look at. It is worth naming. Before this account finally starts its own descent back down the mountain, one further story belonging to a member of this family this account has mentioned only in passing tonight, because Eros, the winged god of desire whom later tradition, and especially Roman tradition under the name Cupid, imagined as Aphrodite's own mischievous son, armed with arrows that could make a heart fall instantly and helplessly in love with whoever it struck, has his own considerably fuller story worth telling here in full. A mortal princess named Psyche, so extraordinarily beautiful that ordinary people began to neglect Aphrodite's own temples in favour of simply admiring her instead, drew the goddess's own furious jealousy, and Aphrodite, unwilling to tolerate a mortal rival to her own worship, sent her son Eros to make Psyche fall in love with the ugliest, most wretched creature he could find, only for Eros himself, arriving to carry out his own mother's punishment, to scratch himself accidentally on one of his own arrows and fall hopelessly in love with Psyche instead. Psyche, abandoned on a mountainside by her own grieving family after an oracle declared she was fated to marry a monster no man could withstand, found herself carried instead to a magnificent hidden palace, where an unseen husband visited her only after dark and forbade her, on pain of losing him forever, from ever looking upon his own face, a condition Psyche kept faithfully for a long while, until her own jealous sisters, convinced her mysterious husband must in fact be the monster the oracle had promised, persuaded her to light a lamp one night and look, and Psyche, lifting the lamp over her own sleeping husband's face, discovered not a monster at all, but Eros himself, god of love, and in her own trembling astonishment let a single drop of hot oil fall from the lamp onto his own shoulder, waking him, and Eros, wounded and betrayed by the one condition he had asked of her, fled back to his own mother's household, leaving Psyche alone once more. What followed was a punishment considerably closer to the ones this account has already shown you. Hera and Demeter and Aphrodite herself administer elsewhere in this mythology, because Aphrodite, discovering her own son's secret marriage to the mortal woman she had once tried to have destroyed, set Psyche to a series of impossible tasks, sorting an enormous mixed heap of grains before a single night ended, gathering wool from violent golden-fleeced sheep, fetching water from a spring guarded by dragons, and finally descending into the underworld itself to bring back a small portion of Persephone's own beauty, sealed inside a box, tasks Psyche completed only through the quiet intervention of ants, reeds, an eagle, and a tower's own whispered advice, each one taking pity on a mortal woman clearly overmatched by a goddess's own considerable spite, and it is worth naming plainly that Psyche's own curiosity at the very end, opening the sealed box against every warning exactly as Pandora had once opened her own jar, released not beauty, but a deathly sleep that very nearly ended her, saved only when Eros himself, his own wound finally healed, and his own love for her undiminished, found her and woke her with a single touch, before flying to Zeus himself to beg formal permission for their own marriage, a request Zeus granted, making Psyche fully immortal and welcoming her, at last, to a wedding feast on Olympus that even Aphrodite in the end attended and blessed, one of the vanishingly few stories in this entire mythology in which a mortal woman's own suffering at a god's own hands is answered, in the final accounting, with a genuinely equal and permanent place among the very family that once tried to destroy her. A husband who let his own wife's killer go, once, out of pity for a song. And it is worth naming too the single story in this whole mythology that shows Hades and Persephone, king and queen of the realm this account has already told you, no living mortal could easily approach, moved to genuine mercy, because the musician Orpheus, whose own playing could charm rivers into slowing their own current, and stones into rolling toward him of their own accord, lost his own wife Eurydice to a serpent's bite on the very day of their own wedding, and rather than accept her loss, walked down, alive, into the underworld itself, past Cerberus, the three-headed hound who guarded its own gates, past the ferryman Charon who carried the dead across the river Styx, all the way to the thrones of Hades and Persephone themselves, and played, before a king and queen this account has already shown you tonight were not often given to sentiment, a song of such raw and unguarded grief that the myth tells us the whole of the underworld itself paused to listen. The wheel Ixion was bound to for his own attempted assault on Hera, stopping its own eternal turning, and the vulture that fed daily on Prometheus's own liver, forgetting for the length of that single song, to eat. Hades and Persephone, moved by a grief that Persephone herself, still carrying the memory of her own abduction into this same kingdom, may have understood more personally than any other god in this entire family could have, agreed to release Eurydice back to the world of the living on a single condition, that Orpheus walk ahead of her the whole way up, and not once look back to confirm she was actually following, until they had both fully returned to the sunlit world above, a condition Orpheus kept for nearly the entire climb, until, reaching the very threshold of daylight, and unable, in the end, to bear the uncertainty a moment longer, he turned to look, and watched Eurydice, not yet quite arrived, pulled back down into the darkness a second and final time, a story this account is naming here, deliberately, as one last example of exactly how narrowly this whole mythology's rare moments of genuine mercy so often failed to hold, a king and queen willing, for once, to bend the fixed law of their own kingdom, undone in the end not by any further cruelty of their own, but by a single mortal, husband's own very human inability to simply trust what he could not yet see. A kingdom this whole family kept visiting, and never once actually ruled. It is worth pausing now that this account has told you two full stories set inside it, on the actual shape of the underworld itself, because Hades' own kingdom, this account has already told you, sat outside the 12 honoured chairs on Olympus not through any family quarrel, but through simple geography, and it deserves, on its own account, a fuller physical description than the brief mentions this night has offered it in passing so far. The dead, according to the fullest surviving accounts, crossed into that same kingdom over the river Styx, ferried by the boatman Charon in exchange for a single coin, an obol, which is the specific reason the ancient Greeks placed a coin beneath a dead person's own tongue, or upon their own closed eyes before burial. A small, practical piece of funeral custom, directly answering a myth this account has just told you, and any soul unable to pay that same fare was said to wander the near shore for 100 years, before Charon would finally consent to carry them across. Beyond the river waited Cerberus, the three-headed hound this account has already named in the Orpheus story, who allowed every soul to enter freely and permitted, in the whole of this mythology's own surviving record, none at all to ever leave, save for the small handful of exceptions, Orpheus among them, Heracles fetching Cerberus himself as his own final labour, and Persephone's own annual departure, that this whole night has already told you about. Once inside, the dead came before 3 judges, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus, mortal kings in their own former lives, so renowned for their own fairness while ruling among the living that Zeus appointed all 3, upon their own deaths, to weigh the deeds of every soul that passed before them, and to sort each one toward its own appropriate destination. The wicked sent down into Tartarus itself, the same bottomless pit this account described at the very start of tonight's climb, where the Titans still lay bound, and where a select few mortals judged guilty of truly extraordinary crimes against the gods received punishments this mythology remembers still today. Sisyphus condemned to roll a boulder eternally up a hill, only to watch it roll back down again each time he neared the top, a punishment for having twice cheated death itself. And Tantalus, this account has already told you, gave English its own word for tantalizing, standing forever in a pool of water beneath a laden fruit tree, both retreating just out of his own desperate reach the instant he tried to drink or eat, a punishment for having served his own son to the gods at a banquet, in a horrifying echo of the cannibalism this account already named in the story of Lycaon. The ordinary dead, neither wicked enough for Tartarus nor virtuous enough for anything grander, drifted instead through the asphodel meadows, a pale, twilight field this account's own sources describe less as torment than as a kind of dim, half-remembered continuation of life, thin and grey, and without any particular joy or particular suffering attached to it, while the genuinely virtuous and the specifically heroic, a select few favoured directly by the gods themselves, were sent instead to Elysium, a paradise of eternal spring and effortless pleasure this account's own sources describe in terms strikingly similar to Olympus's own eternal weather, and it was the waters of a 4th river, Lethe, flowing somewhere through this same kingdom, that a soul destined to be reincarnated, according to a later strand of Greek religious thought this account will not chase down fully tonight, was made to drink from before returning to the world above, forgetting entirely, in that single draught, everything it had ever known of its own previous life, so that Hades' own kingdom held, within its own 4 rivers and its own 3 judges, not merely a single fixed fate for the dead, but an entire moral geography, reward, punishment, and a vast grey middle ground for absolutely everyone in between, ruled over, this whole night has already reminded you, by a king who had no seat at his own family's mountain table, and no particular desire, by any account that survives, to ever leave the kingdom he had drawn by lot to go and sit at one anyway, a song sung by 9 sisters, and an oracle older than Delphi itself. It is worth naming briefly 2 further pieces of this family's own religious landscape before this account finally turns for home, because the muses this account has already mentioned singing in Apollo's own hall carried, individually, their own separate names and their own separate domains. Calliope for epic poetry, Clio for history, Euterpe for music, Thalia for comedy, Melpomene for tragedy, Terpsichore for dance, Erato for love poetry, Polyhymnia for sacred hymn, and Urania for astronomy, 9 daughters of Zeus and the Titaness Mnemosyne, Memory herself, whose own names still sit quietly inside the modern English word music, and inside the very idea of a museum, a temple built, in its own original sense, specifically in their own honour. And it is worth naming too that Delphi, for all its own fame, was never actually the oldest oracle in the Greek world, because that honour belonged to Dodona, in the mountains of northwestern Greece, sacred to Zeus himself rather than to his own son Apollo, where priests and priestesses interpreted the god's own will by listening to the wind moving through the leaves of a single ancient sacred oak, a considerably quieter and considerably more elemental form of divine communication than the Pythia's own dramatic trance at Delphi, but one that archaeological excavation has confirmed was already drawing pilgrims from across the Greek world centuries before Apollo's own sanctuary to the south ever existed at all. A reminder worth sitting with for a moment that even within this family's own religious life, Zeus's own voice, however you chose to listen for it, very likely came first. A single word that explains nearly every mortal this family ever destroyed. It is worth naming plainly the one concept running underneath a genuinely striking number of the individual stories this whole night has already told you, because Arachne boasting her own weaving surpassed a goddess's own. Niobe boasting her own 14 children outranked a goddess's own 2. Marsyas daring to challenge a god to a contest he had no real hope of winning fairly. Midas grasping at a gift so total it left him unable even to embrace his own daughter. All of them fell, in the end, to a single Greek concept the ancient sources returned to again and again by name: hubris, an overreaching pride that forgot or refused to remember the specific and unbridgeable distance separating a mortal life from an immortal one. And it is worth naming honestly exactly how consistently this family punished that particular forgetting. With a severity that dwarfed, by any reasonable mortal measure, the actual scale of the original offence, a spider's web spun in genuine skill rather than genuine malice, a mother's grief, blind boast at a funeral feast, a satyr's honest confidence in his own considerable musical talent, none of them crimes against any other mortal at all, and all of them answered with a punishment that would not end until the offender's own body itself had been permanently and irreversibly transformed or destroyed. It is worth naming too, in fairness, that hubris functioned, in the actual moral imagination of the people who told these stories, not simply as an arbitrary divine grudge, but as a genuinely load-bearing piece of how an entire culture understood the proper shape of a human life. A warning repeated across tragedy after tragedy performed at that same city Dionysia this account has already described, that prosperity, talent and good fortune carried, built directly into their own nature, a temptation toward exactly the kind of overreach this whole family punished so consistently, and that the single wisest posture available to any mortal, however gifted or however fortunate, was a kind of watchful humility the Greeks called sophrosine, a clear-eyed awareness of one's own limits held on to precisely because the alternative, as this whole night has shown you again and again, tended to end in stone, in spider silk, or in a satyr's own stripped and ruined skin. What a family this old and this strange still has to say to an ordinary bed on an ordinary night. It is worth asking now, close to the very end of tonight's own long climb, what any of this actually still means to a listener lying in an entirely ordinary bed nearly 3,000 years after a farmer poet in Boeotia first set down, in verse, the story of a father swallowing his own children, because these stories were never really, underneath their own thunder and their own transformation, about weather or the sea or the harvest at all. They were about the particular and entirely recognisable shape of a family working out, across generation after generation, exactly how much power any one member of it could hold over the others before that power curdled into something no amount of golden nectar could fully sweeten again. A modern listener does not need to believe, literally, that lightning is Zeus's own temper, or that a good harvest is Demeter's own gift to recognise, in Hera's own decades of redirected fury, the particular ache of loving someone who keeps hurting you and having nowhere safer to put that hurt than onto whoever happens to be standing nearest. To recognise, in Hephaestus's own rejection at birth, the specific and lasting wound of a parent who could not accept a child for being different than expected. To recognise in Zeus's own fear of Metis's unborn son, the anxious, self-protective instinct of anyone who has ever held real power and felt underneath it the quiet and entirely reasonable fear of losing it to the very people closest to them. This family endures across nearly 3,000 years of retelling, not because its own members were flawless. This whole night has shown you plainly and repeatedly that they were not, but because they were recognizable, a household that quarrelled and forgave and punished, and occasionally, rarely, and all the more movingly for how rarely it happened, actually showed each other genuine mercy, exactly the way any family still recognizes itself in its own worst arguments and its own best reconciliations alike. And it is that same recognizable, entirely human shape, wearing the borrowed grandeur of thunderbolts and tridents and a mountain wrapped permanently in cloud, that carried this family safely across every single century, standing between that first altar Pisistratos raised in the Athenian agora and whatever quiet room you happen to be lying in tonight. Even the Greeks themselves didn't always believe what this account has told you tonight. It is worth naming, honestly, that the very stories this whole night has walked you through so faithfully were already being questioned, criticised, and in some cases openly mocked by serious thinkers within Greek culture itself, centuries before any outside religion ever arrived to challenge this family's own place in the world. Because the philosopher Xenophanes, writing in the 6th century before the Common Era, only shortly after Pisistratos raised that same altar, this account opened tonight's story with, observed with genuine and pointed irony, that mortals had made their own gods in their own image, that Ethiopians pictured their gods as dark-skinned and snub-nosed, while the people of Thrace pictured theirs as blue-eyed and red-haired, and that if oxen and horses and lions could only draw, they would surely paint their own gods with hooves and manes as well, a criticism that struck directly at the very heart of the anthropomorphic family. This whole night has spent so many hours describing gods who lied and stole and pursued and betrayed one another in ways Xenophanes considered, quite plainly, beneath the dignity any true divinity ought to possess. Plato, writing considerably later, in the 4th century before the Common Era, went further still, arguing in his own Republic that the traditional myths of gods deceiving one another, of Cronus swallowing his own children, of Hera binding Zeus in chains, ought to be banned outright from the education of the ideal city's own young citizens, not because Plato doubted the gods existed, but because he believed no genuinely good and unchanging divine being could possibly behave in the petty, jealous, and frequently cruel ways this whole night has shown you this family behaving, a philosopher effectively arguing that the very stories this account has spent all night telling you slandered the gods they claim to honour, and a considerably later thinker, Euhemerus, writing around the turn of the 4th century into the 3rd before the Common Era, proposed an explanation that would echo for the following 2,000 years, arguing that Zeus and his own family had not been gods at all in any literal sense, but powerful mortal kings and conquerors of a much earlier age, whose own genuinely remarkable deeds had simply been exaggerated, generation after generation, into divine myth by grateful or awestruck descendants. A theory, now known as Euhemerism, that gave later scholars, and eventually early Christian writers hunting for ammunition, against a rival religion. A ready-made argument that this whole family had only ever been human beings dressed up by centuries of storytelling in borrowed thunder. The night the sacred fire at Olympia was finally allowed to go out, it is worth naming plainly exactly how this family's own public worship, honoured without interruption for well over 1,000 years across the whole of the Greek and then the Roman world, actually came to its own formal end, because the same altar this account opened tonight's story with standing at the very centre of Athens did not burn forever, and the family gathered upon it did not remain, in any officially sanctioned civic sense, the gods of that same city indefinitely. the Roman Empire, having absorbed this family under Latin names centuries earlier exactly as this account has already described, converted across the 4th century of the Common Era to Christianity, first through the Emperor Constantine's own personal toleration and eventual favour in the year 313, and then, decisively, through the Emperor Theodosius I, who issued a series of edicts across the year 391 that formally outlawed pagan sacrifice across the whole of the empire, closed the remaining temples to public worship, and extinguished once and for all the sacred flames that had burned, in some cases, for over 1,000 consecutive years without interruption, including, according to several ancient accounts, the eternal fire tended in Hestia's own honour at the public hearth in Rome itself. The oracle at Delphi, this account has already told you, drew pilgrims from across the known world for the better part of 1,000 years, fell silent under these same edicts, its own Pythia never again permitted to breathe the vapours that had for so long carried Apollo's own answers to kings and cities alike, and the Olympic Games, held in Zeus's own honour every 4 years without interruption since the 8th century before the Common Era, were formally abolished by that same Emperor Theodosius, their own final ancient celebration held, most historians now believe, in the year 393, bringing to a close nearly 12 full centuries of athletic competition undertaken explicitly in a god's own name, a silence that would not be broken again until a Frenchman named Pierre de Coubertin revived the Games in an entirely secular and modern form exactly 1,500 years later, in 1896. It is worth naming plainly that this same official closure did not extinguish this family overnight in the actual daily practice of ordinary people, because scattered rural communities, particularly across the more remote regions of Greece, continued certain folk observances, certain half-remembered festival dates, certain small private gestures of respect toward the old gods, for generations after any emperor's edict could realistically enforce their own silence, this family's own worship fading. In the end, less like a fire doused all at once and more like the last coals of an enormous hearth, cooling slowly, unevenly, and largely out of anyone's direct sight, long after the official flame at its own centre had already, by imperial decree, been formally allowed to go out. 12 faces, and the small objects that told an ancient worshipper which one they were looking at. It is worth naming plainly, before this account starts its own final walk back down the mountain, exactly how an ordinary ancient worshipper standing before an unlabelled statue or an unfamiliar painted vase actually told one member of this family apart from another, because Greek and Roman art relied on a shared, widely understood vocabulary of specific attributes, small carried objects and small physical details that functioned across the whole of the ancient world, almost like a signature, immediately legible to anyone who had grown up within this same religious culture. Zeus appeared bearded, mature and commanding, an eagle at his own side or perched upon his own outstretched hand, a thunderbolt gripped in the other, occasionally seated upon a throne in the specific pose that the sculptor Phidias made famous in his own colossal lost statue at Olympia, a work of gold and ivory so overwhelming in its own scale that ancient writers counted it among the 7 wonders of the world. Hera appeared regally robed and diademed, a peacock. This account has already told you carried 100 watchful eyes, in its own tail feathers standing beside her, and a pomegranate symbol of marriage and of the fertile household she governed, often held in her own hand. Poseidon carried his own trident always, dolphins and horses gathered at his own feet or leaping in the waves behind him, his own hair and beard rendered, in a great many surviving sculptures, wild and windswept in a way that set him visibly apart from his own more composed and more orderly brother. Demeter carried sheaves of wheat and a torch, lit, in most tellings, from the flames of Mount Etna itself during her own long search for Persephone, and appeared, across a great many surviving images, considerably softer and more sorrowful in expression than the rest of this family, a grief this account has already told you in full still visible, centuries later, in stone. Athena appeared armoured, an owl perched on her own shoulder or nearby, a symbol of watchful wisdom that still marks graduation ceremonies and university crests today. Her own aegis, a protective goatskin cloak fringed with serpents and centred on the severed, still terrible head of the Gorgon Medusa. This account told you the story of earlier tonight, draped across her own chest, and an olive branch, the very gift that won her a city's own name, often held in her own other hand. Apollo appeared young, beardless, and idealized, a laurel wreath crowning his own head in memory of Daphne, a lyre in his own hands, and occasionally a bow, the same weapon that could deliver healing or, in its own darker aspect, sudden plague and death from a distance. Artemis appeared, by contrast to her own twin brother, dressed for the hunt rather than for the concert hall, a bow and quiver of arrows across her own back, a hunting dog or a stag at her own side, and in later and more syncretic imagery blending her with the moon goddess Selene, a crescent moon resting above her own brow. Ares appeared helmeted and armed for battle, spear and shield in hand, his own expression, across most surviving depictions, considerably fiercer and less composed than Athena's own calm, calculated readiness for the very same warfare. Aphrodite appeared, across an enormous number of surviving sculptures, either fully or partially unclothed, a dove's or sparrow's, both sacred to her nearby, a myrtle branch or a rose in her own hand, and, in her own most famous surviving ancient representation, the Venus de Milo, rising, in a pose later artists would return to again and again, directly from the sea foam this account has already told you she was born from. Hephaestus appeared, uniquely among this family, with a visible physical difference in his own legs reflecting the very story this account has already told you of his mother's own rejection, a hammer, tongs, and anvil marking him unmistakably as a craftsman, even among gods otherwise defined by weapons of war or symbols of nature, and occasionally a distinctive conical workman's cap setting him apart from the more idealized bodies surrounding him at any given family gathering depicted in stone. Hermes appeared young and quick, winged sandals at his own ankles and a winged cap, the Petassos upon his own head, the Caduceus, this account has already told you, entwined with two once quarrelling serpents, carried in his own hand, an image so enduring that it still, mistakenly in the view of most medical historians, appears today on ambulances and pharmacy signs across a considerable portion of the modern world, confused, across the centuries, with a very similar but properly medical staff of Asclepius, god of healing, a mix-up this account is naming here simply because it is too fitting an accident not to mention, a trickster god's own symbol still quietly and quite appropriately, causing confusion 2,500 years after his own birth. And Dionysus appeared crowned with ivy and grape leaves, a thyrsus, a staff wound with ivy and tipped with a pine cone, in his own hand a wine cup nearby, and very often, across a great many surviving vase paintings, an entire retinue of satyrs and maenads dancing at his own side, the single most visually crowded and most visibly celebratory god of the entire 12, exactly as tonight's own story of him has already shown you he was, a hunter chased still by a scorpion he can never quite outrun. It is worth naming one further story written into the night sky itself, because Orion, a giant huntsman of enormous size and enormous skill, who by several ancient accounts kept close company with Artemis, hunting alongside her through the wild places this account has already told you she claimed for her own, met an end that different sources describe in genuinely different and occasionally contradictory ways, killed in one telling by Artemis herself, tricked by her own jealous twin brother Apollo into shooting an unrecognizable dark shape far out on the water without realizing, until it was already too late, that the shape was Orion swimming, or killed in a separate and more widely favoured tradition by a giant scorpion sent by Gaia after Orion boasted that he could hunt down and kill every animal on the face of the earth. One more story, worth noting here in passing, of hubris answered with a punishment considerably larger than the boast that caused it. Both Hunter and Scorpion were placed in the end among the stars and set, quite deliberately according to the myth, on opposite sides of the sky from one another, so that even now any listener who steps outside on a clear night can watch Orion's own constellation set beneath the horizon each time Scorpius rises to take his own place in the sky above. A hunter and the creature that killed him still, after all these centuries, permanently and carefully kept apart. A stone altar, buried by a railway line for 19 centuries and found again. It is worth returning now in the last stretch of tonight's own long climb to the very altar this whole account opened its own story beside, because the physical stone Pisistratos raised in the Athenian agora in 522 before the Common Era did not simply vanish from history once this family's own worship formally ended under Theodosius's own edicts. It was built over, buried, and largely forgotten, its own exact location lost to certain knowledge for the better part of 2,000 years, remembered only through the writings of ancient authors who described its own role as the 0-mile marker of the entire Athenian road system this account told you about at the very beginning of tonight. It was rediscovered only in the 20th century, in excavations connected to the construction of the Athens-Piraeus railway line that still runs directly across a corner of the ancient agora today. Archaeologists uncovering a section of the altar's own stone enclosure, squeezed into a narrow strip of ground between active railway tracks, a discovery so awkwardly positioned that a considerable portion of the altar's own original footprint remains, to this day, physically inaccessible beneath the working rail line itself, a genuinely strange and genuinely fitting final image for this whole night's own story, the literal centre of an entire ancient road network, the single stone from which every distance in Attica was once measured outward toward this family's own 12 honoured names, still sitting quietly, half buried and half visible, beneath the rumble of a considerably more modern kind of traffic, passing directly over it several times every single day. A father who never quite hid which child he loved best. It is worth naming plainly one further thread running underneath nearly everything this account has told you tonight, because Zeus, for all his own vast and evenly distributed thunder, didn't actually love his own 12 chairs worth of children equally, and the ancient sources are remarkably consistent across hundreds of years and dozens of different poets about exactly which child he favoured above all the rest. Athena, born from his own head without any mother's rival claim upon her, without the complicated jealousy Hera directed at nearly every other child Zeus fathered, was, by the plain testimony of the Iliad, and of source after source that followed it, the single most trusted and most openly favoured of all his own offspring, permitted to wield his own thunderbolt on at least one occasion, consulted again and again on matters no other god was invited to weigh in on, and granted this account has already told you a share of his own aegis and a level of independent authority no other child of Zeus, immortal or mortal, was ever quite allowed to hold, a favouritism the rest of this family seems, by the near total absence of any recorded sibling resentment toward her specifically, to have simply and quietly accepted as the settled order of things. It is worth naming, too, exactly how visible this same favouritism made the rest of this family's own private arithmetic of belonging, because Ares, born to Zeus and Hera within their own marriage, and therefore, by any ordinary standard of legitimacy, more entitled to a father's own affection than a great many of his own half-siblings born outside it, received instead the open contempt this account has already quoted directly from the Iliad, while Hermes, born to a nymph rather than to any goddess of real standing, nonetheless charmed his own way into genuine paternal affection within hours of his own birth, through nothing more than wit and nerve, a pattern that suggests, across this whole family's own long history, that Zeus's own love, unlike his own thunder, was never actually distributed by rank or by legitimacy at all, but by some considerably less predictable combination of usefulness, cleverness, and a kind of reflected pride a father took in seeing his own best qualities returned to him most clearly in one particular child's face, a very ordinary and very recognisable form of parental favouritism, dressed, like so much of this whole family's own private life, in the borrowed grandeur of thunder and an eternal mountain court. 12 chairs, and the specific weight of a number the Greeks never treated as accidental. It is worth naming, briefly, why this family settled, across the whole of its own later worship, on the number 12 specifically, rather than 10 or 8, or some other round and equally memorable figure, because 12 carried, for the ancient Greeks, exactly as it carries for a great many cultures across the whole of the ancient world, a specific mathematical convenience built directly into the shape of the sky itself, the number of full lunar cycles that fit, with only a small and carefully managed remainder, into a single solar year, so that a pantheon of 12 gods mapped, with real and deliberate precision, onto a calendar of 12 months, each god, in some local traditions, receiving a particular month or a particular set of festival days as especially their own, a structural elegance that a purely arbitrary number could never have offered a culture that organised nearly the whole of its own civic and religious life around the careful, communal tracking of time. It is worth naming, too, that this same number appears, independently, across a great many other ancient societies entirely unconnected to Greece. 12 tribes in the tradition preserved in the Hebrew scriptures, 12 signs eventually settled on for the zodiac that Babylonian astronomers first began mapping onto the night sky, a recurring human preference for exactly this number that says something quietly interesting about how many different, unconnected cultures independently arrived at the same tidy way of dividing up a sky, a year, or a family too large to hold in mind all at once without some kind of settled, countable order imposed upon it. What a mortal life actually has that this whole family never once possessed. It is worth turning now, in these final minutes of tonight's own long climb, to the one difference between this family and the listener currently lying still and settling towards sleep that this whole night has not yet named directly, because for all the thunder and all the transformation and all the genuine drama this account has spent so many hours walking you through, the 12 gods gathered at that mountain table were denied, by the very nature of their own immortality, something an ordinary mortal life possesses simply by virtue of ending. A human life, precisely because it is finite, is allowed to actually change, to grow past a mistake, to genuinely become someone different than the person who made it, Achilles' own rage cooling, by the final book of the Iliad, into something that let him weep alongside the father of the very man he had killed. But Zeus this whole night has shown you again and again pursued women across literally thousands of years of continuous storytelling without ever once, in any surviving source, growing past the specific appetite that drove him to it in the first place, and Hera nursed the very same grievances decade after immortal decade, without the mercy an ordinary mortal marriage receives simply because one or both partners eventually dies, and the story, whatever its own final shape, is allowed to end. It's worth naming plainly that this same endlessness may be the single most quietly tragic fact this whole account has uncovered across its entire long climb tonight, because a family incapable of dying was also, by the same exact mechanism, a family incapable of the specific kind of resolution only an ending can actually provide. Sisyphus, forever pushing his own boulder, is often remembered as this mythology's own starkest image of meaningless, repetitive punishment, and yet Sisyphus's own eternal task looks, held up beside Zeus's own thousands of years of unchanged pursuit, or Hera's own thousands of years of undissolved fury, considerably less like a special and exceptional torment reserved for one especially cunning mortal, and considerably more like an unusually honest portrait of what this entire family's own immortality actually cost every single one of its own 12 honoured members. A boulder that never stayed at the top, a grievance that never finally healed, a pursuit that never once ran its own natural course into something calmer, because nothing in this family's own eternal life ever had to. A mortal listener, by contrast, gets exactly one uninterrupted walk through the story of their own life, difficult and short, and for exactly that reason, genuinely capable of change in a way this whole night's own family, for all its own thunder and all its own splendour, never actually was, and it is worth letting that same thought settle, gently, into whatever quiet room you are currently lying in, because the specific ache you may be carrying tonight, whatever argument or grief or unfinished worry this account asked you, right at the very start, to set down at the bottom of the stairs, belongs to exactly the kind of life this family could never actually have, one that ends, and is, because it ends, still genuinely and fully yours to shape for as long as it lasts. A goddess who cast the deciding vote that ended an ancient family's own endless cycle of killing. It is worth naming one final story before this account starts its own genuine descent, because it shows this family, and Athena specifically, doing something none of tonight's own earlier stories have quite shown any single Olympian doing, ending a cycle of vengeance rather than simply adding to it. Long before Athena's own intervention, an older and considerably grimmer set of goddesses called the Erinyes, the Furies born, in the tradition this account described at the very start of tonight's climb, from the very blood that fell from Uranus at the moment of his own castration, existed to punish one specific category of crime that even Zeus's own considerable authority preferred not to interfere with directly: the murder of a blood relative, hunting any mortal guilty of killing a parent or a child with a relentlessness that made Hera's own pursuit of Io look almost gentle by comparison, driving the guilty mad with visions and torment that no distance and no hiding place could ever fully outrun. It was into exactly this kind of hunt that the mortal Prince Orestes fell, caught in a story dramatized in full by the playwright Aeschylus in a trilogy called the Oresteia, in an impossible bind no mortal law had ever been asked to resolve, commanded by Apollo's own oracle to avenge his own father Agamemnon's murder by killing the murderer, who was, in this particular family's own tragic circumstance, his own mother Clytemnestra, and finding himself, the instant the deed was done, hunted without mercy by the very Furies whose own ancient office existed specifically to punish exactly this kind of killing, caught between a god's own explicit command and an older, blood-bound law that recognized no exception for a command given in a father's own name. Orestes fled, pursued by the Furies across the whole of the Greek world, until he came at last to Athens, to Athena's own city, and threw himself upon her own mercy. And Athena, rather than simply ruling on the case by her own divine authority alone, did something this whole night's own story has not shown any other Olympian doing even once across every other single dispute this account has told you about. She convened a jury of 12 ordinary Athenian citizens on a hill beneath the Acropolis called the Areopagus, and asked mortal men to weigh, formally and openly, a case that no god before her had ever thought to hand over to human judgment at all. The jury, according to the myth, split evenly, 6 votes to convict Orestes and 6 to acquit him, and it was Athena herself who cast the deciding vote, breaking the tie in Orestes' own favour, and thereby ending in a single formal legal act an entire ancient cycle of blood-answering blood that had run, unbroken, through generation after generation of his own family before him, a resolution so significant to the Furies themselves, robbed of the mortal they had hunted for so long, that Athena did not simply overrule their own ancient office and dismiss them, but persuaded them instead, through genuine and patient diplomacy rather than through any threat, to accept a permanent honoured place within the city of Athens itself, transformed from the Erinyes, the pursuing Furies, into the Eumenides, the kindly ones, worshipped from that day forward in a shrine beneath the very hill where the trial had been held, their own terrible authority folded at last into the machinery of an actual human court, rather than left to hunt the guilty forever across an endless and increasingly bloody family line. It is worth naming, plainly, exactly what this single myth claims for itself within the larger story of this whole family, because the Athenians who told and retold this same story understood it as nothing less than the mythic founding of trial by jury itself, the precise moment an entire civilization moved, formally and permanently, from a world where guilt was settled by an unbroken chain of private vengeance, toward a world where 12 ordinary citizens, guided by a goddess willing, for once, to share her own authority rather than simply impose it, could sit together and decide a matter of life and death through reasoned judgment instead. A single family claimed in slightly different proportions by every city that ever prayed to it. It is worth naming briefly that this family never actually presented one single, uniform face to every corner of the Greek world at once, because while all 12 gods this account has walked you through tonight were recognised everywhere Greek was spoken, individual cities developed genuinely distinct and genuinely personal relationships with particular members of this same household, shaping local identity around whichever god that city had come to regard, in some sense, as especially its own. Athens, this whole night has already shown you repeatedly, belonged to Athena, but Sparta, by sharp contrast, organised the whole of its own famously austere and famously militarised society around Artemis Orthia, worshipped there with rites that included, according to ancient testimony, ritual flogging of young Spartan boys as a formal test of the very endurance Spartan society prized above nearly every other virtue, a considerably harsher local flavour of a goddess, this account introduced tonight primarily through her own fierce independence, rather than through any comparable civic cruelty. Corinth, a wealthy trading city built on 2 harbours facing opposite seas, claimed Poseidon as its own particular patron in gratitude for the very commerce his own waters carried to its own docks, while also maintaining, on its own commanding Acropolis, one of the ancient world's most famous temples to Aphrodite, staffed, according to later and possibly exaggerated ancient gossip, by a great many sacred courtesans whose own presence made the city's own name a byword, for centuries afterward, for a particular kind of luxurious and morally suspect wealth. Delos, the very island this account has already told you, was the only place in the world willing to shelter Leto during her own desperate flight from Hera, became, in gratitude, the single most important centre of Apollo's own worship anywhere in the Aegean, so sacred by the classical period that no one was permitted to be born or to die anywhere on the island's own soil, the dying and the pregnant alike ferried to a neighbouring island, rather than allowed to compromise the birthplace's own ritual purity. Naxos, the very beach this account has already told you, Dionysus found Ariadne weeping on, became appropriately one of the principal centres of his own cult in the whole of the Aegean, its own economy built substantially on the vineyards that same god was said to have first taught its own people to cultivate. And it is worth naming briefly that even a modern listener's own sense of which god belongs were as likely been shaped, without their own full awareness of it, by exactly this same ancient pattern of local patronage, because the specific temples that happened to survive best across 25 centuries of earthquake, war and quarrying for later building projects were rarely a representative or evenly distributed sample of this family's own actual worship, but were instead, overwhelmingly, the temples of whichever god a particular city had once decided, for reasons of local pride or local gratitude, to build the largest and the sturdiest monument to, a household that mapped, without needing to say so, onto every single need an ordinary family actually had. It's worth naming plainly, in these final minutes, before this account lets this whole family go, exactly why 12 gods, and not some smaller or larger number, came to feel, to the ordinary Greek household this whole night has kept circling back to, like a genuinely complete household of their own, because an ordinary family needed, across the whole span of an ordinary year, more or less exactly what this family taken together actually offered: protection in war, which Ares and, considerably more reliably, Athena provided; a good harvest, which belonged to Demeter; safe travel by sea, which belonged to Poseidon; a stable and legitimate marriage, which belonged to Hera; healthy children safely delivered, which belonged in different ways to both Artemis and Eileithyia; craft and skilled trade, which belonged to Hephaestus, and, in her own considerably broader portfolio, to Athena as well; commerce and safe passage on the road, which belonged to Hermes; healing when illness struck, and answers when the future felt too uncertain to face without some guidance, which belonged to Apollo. The simple, aching desire that drew two people together in the first place, which belonged to Aphrodite, and release, however brief and however dangerous, from the sheer accumulated weight of an ordinary life's own ordinary hardship, which belonged, on the one night a year given over entirely to him, to Dionysus. And it is that same completeness this account is naming here plainly for the last time tonight, considerably more than any single myth's own individual drama. That explains why a family this genuinely troubled, this repeatedly cruel, and this rarely reformed by its own mistakes, nonetheless held an entire civilization's own devotion for the better part of 2,000 years without ever once losing its own 12 full chairs. That brings this whole long night story to something close to its own end, and before this account lets this family go entirely, it is worth naming every one of them once more, together, in the same room, exactly the way this whole night began. There was Zeus, who swallowed a wife rather than risk the throne his own father had once tried to swallow him whole to protect, who chased more women across more centuries than any single accounting could ever fully total, and who still, across every one of those same centuries, weighed nations in a golden scale, and could not, for all his own thunder, save a beloved son from a fate 3 older sisters had already measured out for him. There was Hera, who was humiliated in her own marriage bed more times than this account could name in full, and who answered that humiliation again and again against the women who had the least power of anyone in this whole story to refuse the husband responsible for it. There was Poseidon, who never once stopped resenting the lot he had drawn in a division of the world he had fought exactly as hard as his own brother to win, and who shook the very earth itself whenever his own considerable pride went wounded. There was Demeter, who let the whole of humanity's own grain wither rather than accept a daughter taken from her without so much as a warning, and whose own grief, once answered, still governs the precise and patient rhythm of every single spring that has followed it since. There was Athena, born already armed from her own father's aching skull, who outthought every rival this whole family ever set against her, who armed heroes and cast a tie-breaking vote that ended a family's own endless cycle of killing, and who was not. This account has told you honestly, entirely without her own capacity for cruelty either. There was Apollo, who spoke through a priestess breathing smoke from a crack in the rock at the very centre of the ancient world, who grieved a friend into a flower, and who could not, even in his own gentlest hours, entirely set aside the god who once flayed a satyr, alive for daring to lose gracefully. There was Artemis, who asked her own father for nothing but mountains and the freedom to answer to no one, who protected young girls on the edge of womanhood at a quiet sanctuary outside Athens, and who turned a man to a stag for the accident of seeing what he was never meant to see. There was Ares, whom even his own father could barely stand to look at, who bled and howled and fled more often than any war god in any other mythology this account knows of, and who loved, without apology, the one goddess in this whole family who could never quite belong to him either. There was Aphrodite, born from violence or born from the sea, married against her own wish, and loved, in the end, by more than one god who was never actually hers to keep, who bribed a shepherd with another man's wife, and who also, in her own gentler and far less remembered hours, brought a lonely sculptor's own ivory dream to life. There was Hephaestus, thrown from a mountain by the mother who bore him, who built a golden trap to hold that same mother accountable, and who forged, with his own two hands, more of the wonders in this entire mythology than any other single god this account has told you about tonight. There was Hermes, who stole cattle on the very day of his own birth and talked his own way out of the theft before his own cradle had even gone cold, who guided the dead down and on rare occasions guided the living back up again. There was Dionysus, twice born, hunted before he had even finished being born the second time, who discovered wine in the wilderness his own stepmother's hatred drove him into, and who found, on a lonely beach on Naxos, the one thing this entire family so rarely managed to offer any of its own members, someone worth simply staying for. And there was Hestia, who never asked for a single dramatic story of her own, and who is still, quietly, sitting at the centre of more homes than any other single name in this whole account could ever claim. And there was Hades, who ruled a kingdom none of his own siblings particularly wanted to visit, who bent his own kingdom's own ancient law once for a grieving husband's song, and who never once across the whole of this long night story actually asked to sit among the 12 chairs his own brothers filled without him. A story passed, voice to voice, for centuries before anyone ever thought to write a single word of it down. It is worth naming, in these very last minutes before this account finally lets you go, exactly how these stories actually survived long enough to reach either Hesiod's own pen or this account's own voice tonight. Because for centuries before any Greek alphabet existed capable of recording them, this entire family, every single myth this whole night has told you, travelled from one generation to the next purely by mouth, carried by professional reciters called rhapsodes, who memorized tens of thousands of lines of verse and performed them, from memory alone, at festivals across the whole of the Greek world, a tradition of pure oral memory so central to how the Greeks themselves understood the survival of any story worth keeping, that they made memory itself mnemosyne. The very mother of the 9 muses this account introduced you to earlier tonight, the goddesses who sang in Apollo's own hall and who still lend their own name to music and to the modern museum alike. It is worth naming plainly exactly what that same fact means for the story this account has just spent so many hours telling you, because every single detail this whole night has walked you through, a father swallowing his own children, a goddess born from a headache, a boy who stole cattle before he could even walk, survived the collapse of the palace-based Mycenaean civilization that first told versions of some of these same stories, survived centuries afterwards, sometimes called the Greek Dark Age, precisely because so little written record survives from it at all, and survived purely because parents told these same stories to their own children, and those children, grown, told them to children of their own in turn, an unbroken chain of voice passing this exact family down across a span of time considerably longer than the distance separating this account's own recording tonight from the founding of Rome, or the birth of Christ, or very nearly any other single fixed point a listener might use to measure the ordinary sweep of human history. And it is worth naming, finally, that this account, sitting here tonight in your own quiet room, telling you the same story a Boeotian farmer once set down in verse, that a rhapsode once recited from memory at a crowded festival, that a mother once told a drowsy child beside an ordinary hearth fire 25 centuries before either of you were ever born, is doing nothing more and nothing less than exactly what every single one of those voices did before it, adding one more link to a chain of storytelling that has never actually broken. Not once, not across war, not across the fall of every single empire that ever claimed this family as its own, and not across the quiet centuries after Theodosius finally let the sacred fires go out. Because a story told well enough and loved well enough apparently never actually needs a temple, or an altar, or a burning flame to survive. It only ever needed. This whole night has shown you one voice willing to carry it forward to the next. An old couple who had almost nothing, and the one house in an entire town that opened its own door anyway. It is worth closing this whole family's own catalogue of stories with one final myth. This account has saved deliberately for last because it returns, one more time, to the specific duty this account named at the very start of tonight's climb, Zeus's own guardianship of hospitality under the title Zeus Xenios, and because it shows this family for once rewarding an ordinary mortal kindness rather than punishing an ordinary mortal failing. Zeus and Hermes, travelling together through the hill country of Phrygia, disguised as ordinary weary travellers, went from door to door through an entire prosperous town seeking nothing more than a meal and a night's shelter, and were turned away, door after door, by householders too suspicious, too tired, or simply too unwilling to spare anything for 2 strangers who looked as though they had nothing worth offering in return. Only at the very edge of town, in the smallest and poorest cottage of the whole district, did an elderly couple named Baucis and Philemon, who had spent the whole of their own long marriage together in genuine poverty, welcome the 2 exhausted strangers in without a moment's hesitation, offering them the best of what little food they had, refilling, according to the myth's own gentle and famous detail, a wine jug that the 2 disguised gods kept somehow finding full, again no matter how many times their own elderly hosts poured from it, a small and quietly miraculous sign that the old couple, watching growing wonder, slowly began to understand exactly who their own guests actually were. Zeus and Hermes, revealing their own true identities at last, led Baucis and Philemon up a nearby hill and showed them, from its own safe height, the whole of the town below vanishing beneath a sudden flood sent to punish every single household that had turned a stranger away from its own door, sparing only the poor cottage that had welcomed them, which Zeus transformed before the old couple's own astonished eyes into a magnificent temple. And when the god asked what single reward the couple wished for in exchange for their own single act of genuine, unhesitating kindness, Baucis and Philemon asked for nothing grand at all, only to be allowed to serve as priest and priestess of that same temple for the whole of the rest of their own lives, and when death finally came for them, to die together in the very same instant, so that neither one would ever have to bury the other or spend even a single day grieving alone. Zeus granted both requests, and the myth ends with the two of them, transformed at the appointed moment into two trees, an oak and a linden, growing from a single trunk at the temple's own door, their own branches intertwined for the whole of whatever centuries followed. A myth this account is choosing to close this family's own long catalogue of stories with, deliberately, because it is one of the only stories across this entire mythology in which the reward for an ordinary human kindness was simply allowed, without complication, without hidden cost, and without any of the tragedy this whole night has shown you so many other mortals paying for so much smaller a mistake, to be exactly as gentle and as lasting as the kindness that earned it, a family that kept changing shape the longer people kept telling its own story. It is worth naming briefly, before this count finally starts its own descent, that the family this whole night has walked you through was never actually a single fixed thing even within antiquity itself, because the Zeus worshipped by a Bronze Age Mycenaean palace official, reading inscribed clay tablets in Linear B script, tablets that mention this family's own names, remarkably, centuries before Homer or Hesiod ever composed a single line of surviving verse, was not quite the same Zeus a classical Athenian citizen prayed to at that altar in the Agora, who was not quite the same Zeus a Hellenistic scholar in Alexandria catalogued and cross-referenced against a dozen regional variants of the very same myths, who was not quite the same Jupiter a Roman senator invoked at the start of a session of the Senate itself. Each generation, each region, and each individual poet reshaped this family slightly to fit its own particular needs, softening a cruelty here, inventing a new local myth there to explain why a particular spring or a particular grove belonged to a particular god, so that the 12 gods this account has spent tonight introducing to you were never really one settled, unchanging household at all, but something closer to a single, enormous, centuries-long collaborative story, added to and quietly revised by an almost uncountable number of hands, long before this account ever added its own single voice to that same very long collaboration tonight. It is worth naming too that this same capacity to keep changing shape may be the real and quietly remarkable secret of how this family actually survived as long as it did, because a religion built around 12 gods flexible enough to absorb a new local myth, a new artistic emphasis, a new philosophical reinterpretation. Every single generation, without ever needing to discard the 12 names holding the whole structure together, proved considerably more durable than a great many rival mythologies this account has already set beside it tonight, able to bend without ever quite breaking, to accommodate a skeptical philosopher like Xenophanes questioning its own literal truth in the very same city that funded its own grandest temple, to survive a conquering Roman culture relabeling its own gods in Latin without losing a single one of its own underlying stories in the process. A family, in the end, considerably more like a river than like a monument, changing its own banks gradually across each new century of telling, while somehow, remarkably, remaining recognisably itself the whole way down to wherever you happen to be listening from tonight. A wise teacher born from the very same appetite that made so many of this family's other members so difficult to trust. It is worth naming briefly one final figure who lived at the very edge of this family's own world, rather than at its own centre, because Chiron, wisest and gentlest of the centaurs, half man and half horse, stood in genuinely striking contrast to nearly every other member of his own kind. The wild, drunken, and frequently violent centaurs whose own most infamous moment came at the wedding of the Lapith King Pirithous, where a crowd of centaur guests offered wine they had no practice controlling themselves around, attempted to carry off the Lapith women in the middle of the ceremony itself, an assault that erupted into the Centauromachy, a battle between centaurs and Lapiths that Greek sculptors carved again and again onto temple metopes across the whole of the classical world, specifically because it offered such a vivid visual shorthand for civilization's own fragile victory over pure, uncontrolled appetite. Chiron, by contrast, born, according to the myth, from Cronus himself, who had taken the shape of a horse to pursue a nymph named Philyra. In an echo of exactly the same kind of pursuit this whole night has already shown you, defined so much of this family's own romantic conduct, grew up gentle, learned, and skilled in medicine, music, and prophecy alike, and became, across generation after generation of Greek heroic myth, the trusted tutor of an extraordinary number of this mythology's own most famous mortal names, Achilles, Jason, and Asclepius, the future god of healing himself, all raised and taught at one point or another in Chiron's own cave on Mount Pelion. It is worth naming, too, the specific and genuinely sorrowful end this same wise teacher eventually met, because Chiron, immortal by his own divine father's blood, was accidentally wounded by one of Heracles' own arrows, tipped in a detail that ties this single story directly back into nearly everything this whole night has already told you about this family's own tangled violence. With the poisoned blood of the Hydra, a monster Heracles had slain during his own labours, a wound that caused Chiron unending agony, his own considerable healing knowledge could do nothing at all to cure, because the poison, though it could not kill an immortal outright, could also never be healed, leaving Chiron trapped for years in a suffering with no possible end until he finally arranged, in an act of genuine and deliberate sacrifice, to trade his immortality to free Prometheus from his own mountain crag, the very Titan this account has already told you was bound there for the crime of giving fire to mankind. A wise centaur's own quiet, voluntary death finally purchasing the freedom of the one figure in this entire mythology whose own single act of generosity toward humanity had started so much of what this whole long night has told you about ever since. 7 sisters, still running from the same hunter the sky keeps chained opposite a scorpion. It is worth naming one final small constellation before this account lets even the night sky itself go quiet, because the Pleiades, 7 daughters of the very Titan Atlas this account has already told you was condemned to hold up the sky itself, were pursued, according to the myth, by the same giant huntsman Orion this account introduced only a short while ago, fleeing him across the earth for 7 long years, without ever once managing to outrun him, until Zeus, taking pity on their own exhaustion, transformed the sisters into a small, tight cluster of stars to finally place them permanently beyond his own reach. Only for Orion himself, once placed among the stars in turn, to be positioned close enough behind them that the whole cluster still appears. Every single night a listener looks up to find it, to be running, eternally just ahead of the very same hunter who chased them across the whole of the ancient world. A small and genuinely poignant detail worth noticing the next time you happen to find yourself outside on a clear night, because it means that this family's own oldest fears of being caught, of never quite outrunning what pursues you, are still, quite literally, written into the sky above your own head, turning overhead in exactly the same slow, unbroken chase they were fixed into some 3,000 years ago. A daughter, 3 separate gods asked for properly, before one uncle simply took her instead. It is worth naming briefly one detail this account left out of Persephone's own story earlier tonight, for the sake of that story's own momentum, because Hades was never, by several ancient accounts, the first of this family to seek Persephone's own hand, and his own abduction of her reads, in this fuller telling, considerably less like a sudden impulse, and considerably more like the last resort of a suitor who had run out of patience. Hermes and Apollo and Ares, according to this same tradition, had each in turn asked Demeter properly for her daughter's hand in marriage, and Demeter, unwilling to let Persephone leave her own side at all, refused every single one of them in turn, hiding her daughter away on the island of Sicily specifically to keep her from any further courtship, a precaution that meant nothing at all once Hades, rather than ask him permission from a mother he had every reason to expect would refuse him too, went instead directly to his own brother Zeus, Persephone's own father, and received, this account has already told you, a silent nod of approval that made the whole abduction, technically and infuriatingly, a matter properly settled between 2 brothers, with the one parent who might actually have said no left entirely out of the conversation, one long night, and every chair at the table held in the very same room at once. It is worth naming in these final moments exactly why this account chose to hold this whole family together across a single long night, rather than returning to any one of them individually the way so many nights on this channel already have. Because a family is never actually understood by meeting its members one at a time, in isolation, on 12 separate and unconnected occasions. It is understood only by watching how its members behave in the very same room, at the very same table, pulling at each other's own old wounds and covering, however imperfectly, for each other's own worst nights, and it is that same fuller, harder, and considerably more honest picture this count hopes that you're carrying with you now, 12 gods, one long and quarrelsome and occasionally tender household, held for once in a single unbroken telling exactly the way that young Athenian magistrate first tried to hold them, in stone, at the very centre of his own city, 25 centuries before tonight. A brother named Afterthought, who accepted the one gift he'd been specifically warned against. It is worth naming briefly one small detail this count left out of Pandora's own story earlier tonight, because Prometheus, whose own name means, roughly, foresight, had a brother named Epimetheus, whose own name means, just as plainly, afterthought, and it was Epimetheus, not Prometheus, who actually received Pandora as a gift from the gods and welcomed her into his own home, despite his own brother's explicit and repeated warning never to accept any gift Zeus offered him, a warning Epimetheus, true to his own name, only remembered the wisdom of after the jar had already been opened, and every evil it carried had already scattered across the world, a small pairing of brothers, one who saw every consequence coming, and one who never saw a single one until it had already arrived, that the Greeks themselves clearly found too fitting a joke about human nature not to preserve. And it is worth naming too one further and considerably gentler wind that moved through this same mythology, because Boreas, the north wind, was said to have loved and pursued the Athenian princess Orithyia, exactly as so many members of this whole family pursued the mortal women who caught their own attention, carrying her off, in the end, to father, among other children, 2 winged sons, Zetas and Calais, who would go on to sail with Jason and the Argonauts on their own famous voyage. A small reminder, this account is naming here for the very last time tonight, that even the wind itself in this mythology could not always be trusted to simply blow past a mortal woman without also, in the same old and familiar pattern, deciding to take her. One mortal's 12 labours, and every single member of this family's own hand somewhere in them. It is worth naming briefly one final way this whole family's own 12 chairs echo through a single mortal life. this channel has already told in fuller detail on another night, because Heracles' own 12 labours, undertaken as penance for the madness Hera's own hatred drove him to, this account has already told you, touched nearly every single god this whole night has introduced you to in one capacity or another. Athena appeared at his own side again and again, exactly as she appeared beside so many other heroes this account has already named tonight, helping him complete tasks his own strength alone could never have finished. Hermes and Athena together guided him down into Hades' own kingdom for his own final labour, fetching Cerberus, the very hound this account has already told you guarded a gate no living mortal was meant to cross twice. Poseidon's own son, the Cretan bull, and Ares' own sacred birds at Lake Stymphalis gave Heracles 2 of his own labours directly, while Artemis, furious at first that a mortal dared to capture her own sacred golden hind, was eventually persuaded, once Heracles explained his own compulsion honestly, to let the labour stand. And it was Hera herself. This account has already told you hunted Heracles across the whole of his own difficult life, who arranged, at the very end of it, his own most personally embarrassing labour, sending a crab to distract him during his own battle with the multi-headed Hydra, a crab Heracles simply crushed underfoot without much difficulty, and which Hera, moved by pity for so small and so loyal a creature dying in her own service, placed among the stars afterward as the considerably less impressive constellation Cancer, a small, almost comic footnote to sit beside everything else this whole night has already told you Hera was capable of. It is worth naming, plainly, exactly what this same pattern tells you about how thoroughly this family's own quarrels and this family's own occasional generosity actually shaped the lives of the mortals who live beneath them, because a single hero's own 12-part ordeal touched, in one form or another, the sea, the hunt, war, wisdom, the underworld, and the queen of Olympus's own inherited fury all at once. A mortal life lived, in the most literal possible sense, at the intersection of nearly every single god's own attention, exactly the way this whole account has tried, across this entire long night, to show you that no single member of this family ever really acted in isolation from the other 11. Not in their own quarrels, not in their own rare moments of cooperation, and not in the end in the lives of the mortals unlucky or fortunate enough to catch their own collective notice. A cup of nectar poured for a family that never once ran out of reasons to raise it. It is worth pausing one final time on the specific and genuinely strange fact that this family, for all the grief and all the violence and all the wounded pride this whole night has walked you through, still gathered, according to nearly every surviving depiction of that same mountain hall, to feast together night after immortal night, Apollo's own lyre still playing, the muses still singing, Hebe or Ganymede still pouring nectar into the very same golden cups this account described near the very start of tonight's climb. A family that had every reason, by any ordinary mortal standard of grudge-holding, to have long since scattered to 12 separate corners of the universe, rather than sit at the same table together evening after evening for the whole of eternity. And yet they did sit together. This whole night's own scattered stories have shown you, Hera beside the husband who had wronged her more times than any mortal marriage could ever survive, Ares beside the sister who bested him without particular effort, Hephaestus beside the mother who once threw him from that very mountain, a household that could not, by any of the standards this account has already applied to it tonight, be called a genuinely happy one, and that nonetheless never once, across the whole of its own long mythological history, actually broke apart, choosing, meal after meal, century after century, to remain a family anyway, however imperfectly, however unevenly, and however much old grief still sat quietly, in more than one of those same 12 golden chairs. A word this whole family gave the language of the sky itself, long before any telescope existed to earn it. It is worth naming briefly one final and genuinely lovely piece of this family's own quiet afterlife, because the word planet itself comes from the ancient Greek planets, meaning wanderer, a name the earliest Greek astronomers gave to the small handful of lights in the night sky that, unlike the fixed and unmoving stars around them, appeared to wander slowly across the heavens night after night, drifting against the same unchanging backdrop the rest of the sky seemed to hold perfectly still. And it is worth sitting for just a moment with how fitting that same word turns out to be for the family this whole night has spent so many hours introducing you to, because Zeus and Hera and Poseidon and Demeter and Athena and Apollo and Artemis and Ares and Aphrodite and Hephaestus and Hermes and Dionysus were never, any one of them, a fixed and unmoving point either, wandering instead across nearly 3,000 years of retelling, from Boeotian farmyard to Athenian marketplace to Roman Senate house to Berlin, museum to Long Island summer camp, from clay tablet to painted vase to marble pediment, to a small screen glowing quietly in whatever dark room you're lying in right now. A family of wanderers still, somehow, wandering, still being carried forward, voice to voice, exactly the way this whole long night's own account has just tried, one more time, to carry them a little further down the road. The one question this whole family never actually managed to answer in nearly 3,000 years of trying. It is worth naming in these last quiet minutes before this account finally starts down the mountain for good, that for all the thunder and all the genealogy and all the carefully catalogued myth this whole night has poured out for you, this family never once, across the whole of its own long and well-documented history, managed to answer the one question that sits underneath nearly everything this account has told you tonight, which is simply this: how much power can any one person or any one family actually hold before the power starts to cost the people standing closest to it more than it protects them? Zeus never answered it, ruling for thousands of years of story without ever once setting down the specific fear that made him swallow a wife rather than trust his own throne to outlive a son. Hera never answered it either, spending that same span of centuries redirecting a grief she could never safely aim at the one person who had actually caused it. Even Athena, this whole night's own clearest voice of reasoned wisdom, answered a mortal weaver's honest talent with a spider's curse, rather than with any of the fairness she showed so consistently to the heroes she personally favoured, and it is precisely because this family never actually solved that same question. This count is naming here, for the very last time tonight, rather than in spite of it, that its own stories have stayed worth telling for as long as they have, because a family that had solved it, that had found some tidy, permanent, and fully satisfying answer to how power and love and fear ought to sit together inside a single household, would have stopped being a mirror. A listener could actually recognise their own family inside a very long time ago, and this whole account tonight was never really asking you to admire this family so much as it was asking you to recognise it. A final, small accounting before the mountain finally goes quiet. It is worth gathering one last time the specific shape of everything this whole night actually asked you to carry up this mountain with it, because this account did not set out tonight to convince you that this family was good, or that this family was simply monstrous either. It set out only to show you a household exactly as its own oldest and most careful storytellers left it, uneven, contradictory, and stubbornly unwilling to resolve itself into anything as simple as a lesson. You have met a king who ruled through both real justice and real appetite, often in the very same afternoon, a queen whose grief and whose cruelty grew, this account has shown you, from the very same unhealed wound. A goddess born without a mother, who nonetheless carried a mother's own occasional harshness into how she treated the mortals beneath her. And a god who arrived last to this family's own table, and found, in the end, the one thing so many of his own older relatives had spent their whole immortal lives failing to hold on to, someone worth simply staying beside. It is worth naming, honestly, that no single one of these 12 names would survive a fair trial by the standards this account has held them to across the whole of tonight's own telling, and it is worth naming just as honestly that this account has never once, across this entire long night, asked you to hold that same fair trial against them, without also holding, in your other hand, every single moment of real tenderness this family still, somehow, against every reasonable expectation, kept finding room for. One last look up, before the eyes finally close on their own. It is worth taking, in these very final seconds before this account lets the mountain go entirely quiet, one last unhurried look up at the whole shape of it, standing there in the dark, the black rock giving way, somewhere well above where any ordinary shepherd's flock could climb, to that same permanent cloud-wrapped country of eternal spring, the bronze hall still lit from no visible source, 12 chairs still gathered around a single table inside it, and every single story this whole night has told you about the family who filled them, still hanging there, quietly, in the cold, clear air above the tree line, waiting. The way this account has already told you it has waited for nearly 3,000 years now, for whichever tired voice comes along next to carry it a little further down the road than it managed to reach tonight. That voice, for this one particular telling, was this account's own and yours, simply by staying to listen all the way to the very bottom of the mountain, and it is worth letting that same small, quiet fact settle now, gently, right alongside everything else. This whole long night has already asked you to set down before you finally close your own eyes, a single thread, still unbroken, from a Boeotian farmyard to wherever you're lying right now. It is worth naming one final time before this count genuinely does start its own last walk down, that the whole of what you have just spent this long night hearing rests, in the end, on nothing more solid than that same unbroken thread of voice this account described earlier tonight. A farmer in Boeotia, a magistrate in Athens, a priestess breathing vapour at Delphi, a Roman poet renaming this family for an empire that would eventually outlive its own worship of them, a sculptor at Pergamon carving a mother's own useless plea directly into stone, a railway engineer in the 20th century uncovering a buried altar he almost certainly did not expect to find beneath his own tracks, each one adding a single link to a chain that has now, tonight, reached all the way into whatever quiet room is currently holding you, and it is worth letting that same thread, having travelled so impossibly far to reach you, finally come to rest here, gently, rather than carrying it any further tonight. It is worth naming plainly that a family capable of both a stolen throne and a crown of stars, both a jealous queen and a centaur who traded his own immortality for a friend's freedom, both a flayed satyr and an old couple allowed to die gently, together, in the very same breath, was never actually two different families wearing one name. It was only ever this one, whole and uneven exactly as this account has shown it to you. And it is that same whole and uneven family rather than any tidier version of it that this account hopes you carry with you now, down off this mountain and into whatever sleep is already beginning to gather at the edges of this room. Whatever room this account found you in tonight, whatever hour it happens to be wherever you are lying, know that this same family has now been carried, one more time, all the way from a cave on Crete where a stone once passed for a newborn god, all the way to you, and that carrying is, In the end, the only thing any of these stories ever actually asked of anyone who heard them. There is nothing left to climb after this, only the walk back down, slow and unhurried. Past the cloud gates, the Hera are already quietly closing behind you. Past the black rock, past the tree line, and back into the ordinary, mortal, finite dark of your own room, where a single life, unlike anything this whole family ever had to work with, is still, blessedly, allowed to end, to change, and to begin again tomorrow exactly as it needs to. Rest now, and let this whole long family finally settle back into the quiet, unbothered dark it climbed out of tonight only to keep you company for a little while. Nothing more is asked of you now than to let go slowly of the whole mountain, the whole family, and the whole long night it took to walk you through them. Sleep well, and carry only as much of it forward as you actually need. Good night, whoever you are, wherever this has found you. This account will be here, quietly, whenever you next feel like climbing back up. Until then, sleep. Truly, finally, sleep now. The climb back down, and the small stone altar waiting at the bottom of it. It is worth returning now, one final time, to the young Athenian magistrate this whole account opened its own story beside. Because Pisistratos, ordering that single stone altar raised in the middle of a crowded marketplace in 522 before the Common Era, could not have known, standing there watching the first course of stone set into place, that he was building something that would outlast his own city's independence, outlast the very empire that would eventually absorb it, outlast even the formal religion it was built to honour, and would still, 25 centuries later, be sitting quietly beneath a railway line, waiting for a listener on the other side of an ocean he never knew existed to hear, in careful and considered detail, every single story of every single god that altar was ever meant to honour. This whole night has walked you through a family built on violence at its own very root, a father swallowing his own children, a son swallowing his own wife, and has asked you to hold that same violence honestly alongside the genuine tenderness this family also, however rarely, however unevenly, still managed to offer each other and the mortals who prayed to them. Demeter's grief answered. Orpheus's song paused an entire kingdom of the dead to listen to. An old couple's small kindness rewarded with nothing more complicated than the simple mercy of dying, at the very end, together. You have climbed, tonight, all the way from a father's fear at the birth of the universe to a family standing together, for once, against a common enemy, all the way from a queen's own decades of misdirected fury to a god who chose, at last, simply to stay for someone rather than pursue them. And it is worth letting all 12 of those chairs settle now, quietly, in whatever part of your own mind still holds a story after the voice telling it has gone quiet. Because that is, in the end, the only temple this family or any family in any mythology this account has ever told you about actually needs. Not stone, not an eternal flame, not even belief in the strictest sense, only a listener, drifting now towards sleep, willing to carry one more version of this same old story just a little further down the road than it had travelled before you found it. Before this account lets you go entirely, take a quiet moment, if you have not already, to like this video and subscribe, if these long, unhurried climbs up old mountains are the kind of company you like to keep at this hour. And if you feel like helping this small channel on its own, way from where it currently sits toward 10,000 subscribers, that costs you nothing at all and means a genuine deal on this end, coming as it does from a channel that is still, in every honest sense, a fairly small gathering around a fairly quiet fire. If you are watching tonight on YouTube, there is a link waiting for you down in the description that carries you over to this same episode on Spotify for creators, where new stories from this channel go up early before they ever reach here. And if you are listening on Spotify right now instead, go find Historian at Midnight over on YouTube and subscribe there as well, so that the two halves of this same small audience can eventually meet each other somewhere in the middle. And if you feel like leaving some small trace of yourself behind before sleep finally takes you, drop your own location and your own local time down in the comments. Just a line, nothing more. Because there really is something quietly good about knowing that somewhere else on this same turning planet, under some entirely different sky, another tired stranger climbed this exact same mountain tonight, right alongside you. Close your eyes now and let the mountain go quiet behind you. Let the thunder settle. Let the tide pull back out to somewhere you no longer have to listen for it. Let the last of the lamplight in that great bronze hall dim down to nothing at all, and let every single one of those 12 chairs, filled for one more night with every story this account could carry to you, sit still and undisturbed until some other tired listener climbs back up to find them again. Whatever you brought into this room with you tonight is smaller now than it was when you arrived. Smaller, certainly, than a father's fear of his own children. Smaller than a queen's own decades of grief. Smaller than the whole weight of a sky some titan is still, somewhere, holding up so that it never has to fall on you. Let it go. Good night and sweet dreams.